Did District Attorney Hylton tell you that if you testified that you were involved with the Donovan Thomas murder, you would be locked up or arrested?
You can't ask me that again?
Yes, sir. When you, your lawyer, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hylton were speaking, the three of you, just the three of you, did District Attorney Hylton tell you that you would be arrested, locked up, whatever the words are, if you testified to this jury that you had anything to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes.
Okay. Did District Attorney Hylton tell you, with you, Ms. Bumpkus, and District Attorney Hylton, no one else, that if you invoked your Fifth Amendment right, meaning I'm not testifying, you would be locked up or jailed?
Yes.
Other than those two things, did District Attorney Hylton tell you you could testify to anything you want or something to that effect, and you would not be locked up? Just tell the jury. Just think about it.
I don't know what you just said.
That's my. I'm sorry. That was a bad question. That's me. Thank you for telling me that I was inartful. Is my word. Okay. Other than those two issues you just told, I'm going to get locked up if I invoke the Fifth Amendment. I'm going to get locked up if I testify that I'm involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. Other than those two. So if you don't say those two things, then your use immunity kicks in and you would not be locked up for anything else you testified to. Is that how you understood it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever ask District Attorney Hylton, why can't I testify if I'm sworn to tell the truth about being involved in Donovan Thomas's murder? Did you ask her why did she exclude that?
What you mean?
Did you ever ask any question to District Attorney Hylton? Let me ask you a different way. Did you tell?
It wasn't no question. We was talking.
Okay.
And we were going back and forth.
That's what she said. That's fine. That's fine.
Sustained.
All right. Let me ask you some questions. I'm going back to your interviews or interrogations or meetings, whatever the right word is, between you and law enforcement, whether federal, gang, homicide. Okay? I'm going back to those that we saw the recordings for January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we say, it's just for the
Yes.
court. Okay, thank you. The jury saw the meeting or interrogation, whatever, the conversation on January 28th of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The jurors saw the meeting or conversation on February 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
I remember all the interrogation that they showed me.
Okay. And then the last one would be February 21, the next day, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I misspoke when I said the last one. The last one's really June 10th, 2015. You remember that one?
Yes.
Okay. I'm referring to those, and I'll make it clear which one I'm talking about. But I would like to talk to you about what you said in those different statements. And then if it was a lie, and then whether the police, the district attorney's office, the federal authorities ever came to you to say that we can or cannot, the words corroborate, but that means we verified what you said, okay? We didn't verify. That's what I'm going to ask you, a whole series, okay?
All right.
If I'm losing you at all, Mr. Copeland, it's me.
Let's,
All right, let's start with, and this is going to be, Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams or JW 240A. It's an Elisa and it's State's Exhibit number 378YE, already in evidence. It's June 10, 2015. Interrogation, and Your Honor, the times are 10:36:34 a.m. through 10:36:42 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, do you have you might need those. What I'm going to ask you is these are a series of conversations with the with the police, different police officers, detectives.
Mhm.
And I'm going to go over what you said, and then I want to talk to you about that, okay? The first one that I just announced is the detective asked you, what started it off? Was it really about a windshield? And you answered, no, nothing thug, it's something personal against each other. I want you to hear that, make sure that's what it said, okay?
What started it off? Was it really about a windshield? Nope. Nothing thug had some personal against each other.
Okay, what I said, was that accurate or fairly accurate? What you
this,
heard?
this is what I heard.
Okay. And what you're saying there, you're being interviewed, if you can tell, that's Detective Dennis, and you heard Detective Gaither's voice. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And you recognize this as June 10th, 2015 meeting. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at that point, you also said, and this is at JW 240B, Your Honor, is in Barry, State's Exhibit number 378.
What started?
YE, and it's at time 3:13:02 p.m. to 3:13:22 p.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this. You said, you know what I mean? Honest to God truth. I asked why they didn't kill Kel. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Why and I'm not saying it, but HELL, they kill like he wasn't a problem. Did nothing. And Detective Thorpe, remember who he is, the homicide detective?
Yeah, the bald head dude with the script right here.
Yes, sir. He said, and then you said, that's what, I don't know what, and then I can't understand it, so you tell us. Then did. That's why I knew it was something personal between him and Thug. I don't know. Just listen to it and tell us if that's what it says, okay?
I mean, honestly, good you. Why the hell did they kill Cam? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why the hell they kill? Like, he wasn't a problem. Nothing ain't did nothing. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was something personal between him and Cam. I mean, but what was personal between him and Thug? I don't know.
Okay. The next one is JW 240C is in Colette, State's Exhibit number 378YE from the June 10, 2015 interview, 10:36:47, Mr. Copeland, through 10:36:51. And it's you saying they fell out before me and Kel got into it. And the they, if you need any type of listening to it more, I believe, and you tell us you're referring to Jeffrey and Mr. Donovan Thomas, okay? And tell us if you need to hear more of it.
They fell out before me and Kid got into it.
Is that what it says?
I didn't hear it.
Can we redo it, Your Honor? Is that okay?
They fell out before me and Kid got into it.
Does it say that they fell out, meaning Jeffrey and Mr. Thomas, they fell out before me and Kel got into it? Is that what you heard?
I just heard something about me and Kill. I didn't hear what I said before that.
All right, well, the jurors can make a determination, so that's great. Whatever you hear, okay? And the next one is JW 241A. That's State's Exhibit number 378YA is in Elisa. That's at 3:01:37 a.m. to 3:02:52 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, this is January 11th. This is about 6, 7 hours, 8 hours after Mr. Thomas has gotten the big shot. Okay? So this is the morning of January 11th, the next day, Sunday.
I don't remember the day, but that's who questioned me.
And on here, just tell us if you hear the detective's thoughts saying, what made you want to pull you into this situation? You said me and him had a problem in the club. Kel, they say, is the little brother. Me and him got into it at the club, probably about no longer than 4 months. 4 months before January 2015. Just listen to it, make sure that that's what it says, okay?
Tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation. Like now, no, everything. Tell me everything. What made people want to pull you into this situation to happen? Okay. Me and the Kale. You know what I'm saying? Me and him, we had a problem in the club.
I don't think it's playing through the speakers. But... Okay, well, IT's here, and there's not anything I can do about that.
Yeah, they say this the little brother, but I thought they was just saying that, but they say they real brother.
Okay, let's stop for now. They're here, and maybe they can fix it, even though they had all week last week, and it didn't get fixed. We thought it was, but it's not. So I'm going to excuse y'all. The backup also doesn't work, by the way.
Thank you. All right, as y'all can tell, we have sound again. We don't know why. We don't know if or when it will stay with us, but we're gonna, as long as we have it, move forward. Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Copeland, we are going to go back to when the audio seems to have gone out. I'm going to play again the JW 240C as in Colette, State's Exhibit number 378YE. That's the June 10, 2015 interrogation or meeting at 10:36:47 a.m. to 10:36:51. And this is where you are explaining, I believe, and you tell us, that they, meaning Jeffrey and Mr. Donovan Thomas, fell out. They fell out before me and Kel got into it. That's the part. If you could listen again, maybe that was when you said you couldn't hear, maybe there was an audio problem. Your Honor, can we play that through Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
They fell out. They both, me and kid got to it.
Was that better? Did you hear that?
It was the same.
Okay. All right. We're going to go on then to the next one, which is again, the audio was out. So if some people heard it, they're going to rehear it. It's JW 241A as in Elisa, State's Exhibit number 378YA. This is January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. And this is from 3:01:37 a.m. to 3:02:52 a.m. Your Honor, if we may play that.
You may.
Tell me exactly what you know dealing with this situation. Like now, without everything, tell me everything what made people want to pull you into this situation to happen.
Okay. Me and the Kel, you know what I'm saying? Me and him, we had a problem in the club.
Is that him?
No, this nut.
Okay.
Kel, they say this the little brother, but I thought they was just saying that, but they say they real brothers.
Kel.
K-E-L.
K-E-L. Kel. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Little brother of Nut,
Yes.
who you identified from a picture, which is Donovan Thomas.
Yes, man.
Okay. Go ahead.
Me and him got into it in the club push.
What day was that?
It's just like every like a lot.
Okay.
So,
But 2 months, 3 months, a year.
how about? Yeah, about I'm saying no longer than 4 months.
4 months.
So, Mr. Copeland, there, are you explaining to Detective Thorpe that you and Mr. Kel, you know his given name is, you know the name Kelvin Watts? You know that name? Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Kel or Kel, there you're explaining that you and Kel have been arguing, whatever word you want to use, for approximately 4 months before January 11, 2015. Does that sound like what you said on the recording?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Smart. What you mean?
9, 10 years ago, going back, were you not getting along with Kel for approximately 4 months? So since maybe we'll say September 2014, does that sound right, what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't know what you. I don't understand.
Okay. You told, let's just do it this way. You told Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, that you and Kel have been arguing since approximately September 2014. The way I got that is 4 months before January 2015.
So you saying when me and him got into it?
Yeah, approximately. That's what you told Detective Thorpe, and I'm asking you, is that true?
Yes, me is what true?
Maybe in September 2014, October 2014, November 2014, December 2014, beginning of January 2014. By that time, by January 11, 2015, you and Shell were arguing. That sound about right?
I don't get what you're asking.
Okay, it's me. It's my fault. Do you remember going into the police department, meeting with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know what you're asking me.
I
You
understand.
asked me when me and him got into it.
Yeah, you and Shell got into it approximately, if you could tell the jury.
Like 2014.
Okay. Okay. Now, on June 10th, me and him was into it for a minute. Okay. Does about 4 months before Mr. Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed sound right? And if it doesn't, or you don't remember?
I don't know.
That's
I don't.
fine. That's fine. And I thank you. Going back to the June 10th, 2015 meeting or interrogation with Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, you know what I'm talking about? Detective Thorpe at time, ATF Agent Cunningham at times. I'm on June 10th, 2015. When you told law enforcement, or do you remember telling law enforcement that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were arguing or had a falling out before you and Shell had a falling out? Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember what I told no investigators.
Okay. Did you hear that on the recording we just listened to? Did you hear you say that?
What I just say?
On the recording that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas fell out or were arguing?
I would have told the investigators anything.
Okay. The truth is that, to your knowledge, your observation, so you saw with your eyes and you were present, your ears, Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were, your words was big homie. Is that true? They were friends.
Can you say that again?
Yeah. From your observation, by January 2015, you knew that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends. Is that true?
Right.
Okay. And what you said to the police was what you've been explaining. You would do anything to get the police to stop looking at you. That's all you were trying to do, to go home.
Right.
Okay. Now, were you present on December 4, 2014 at 250 Auburn Avenue in Atlanta? Do you know where that is?
I don't remember nothing way back then.
That's fine. I'm going to show you, with the court's permission, I'm going to show you a photograph of the building, 240 Auburn Avenue. Your Honor, I'll mark this if that's okay with the court. Can I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'm just looking for a number. Your Honor, I'm going to mark it with the court's permission. It's Jeffrey Williams 251.
All right.
And we will put it on the thumb drive again.
Okay.
If you can, sure. It's about to come up. A building?
So do you
I'm
not
just-
have hard copies of these things?
I don't have a copy of that one.
Okay, well, show it to the witness before we publish it for everybody.
Mr. Kokomo, can he approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You could show it. You show it to the state police. Did you show them the whole building? Yeah, this is it. There it goes all the way up. Show it to the state though, because I don't think you showed. You are correct. May Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Copeland again, Your Honor?
He may, once he's got whatever this is screenshot.
Mr. Copeland, if you just look at this picture, again, it's a more full view of that building that I'm referring to.
This building.
This is the building.
What about it?
I'm going to ask you some questions. Thank you, sir. Do you remember, and the date doesn't matter that much, but do you remember being present, or were you present, for the shooting of a music video on December 4th of 2014 at that location you were just shown by Mr. Copeland?
I ain't never seen that building,
Okay,
even today.
okay, that's fine. Do you personally know whether Mr. Thomas and Jeffrey Williams were doing a music video on December 4th, 2014 in Atlanta at 250 Auburn Avenue?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Have you seen the music video, or do you know of the song In My Blood by Jeffrey Williams, Bloody J?
Yeah,
All right. Do you have any knowledge of where that was videoed, meaning the music video? And if you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
All right. You weren't present for that.
No, I wasn't.
All right. Were you present in Miami, Florida over the New Year celebration going from December 30th, December 31, 2014, striking into January 1, 2015? So it's going to be about 10 days before Mr. Thomas is, God forbid, killed. Do you remember being in Miami, Florida?
Was I there?
Yes, if you remember.
Nah, I don't remember being there.
Okay. Do you remember seeing in January of 2015, after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed? Do you remember being present at shows with Jeffrey Williams and you know who Rich Homie Quan is?
Yeah,
The performer, you know,
yeah.
do you know him as Mr. Lamar too, or do you know the name Mr. Lamar?
I just only know Rich Homie.
Okay. Do you remember seeing, after the killing of Donovan Thomas, seeing Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey together
What you mean?
in Florida performing at shows? Were you present?
You said when? At what time?
Shortly after Donovan Thomas, God forbid, was murdered. So January 2015.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, were you personally aware? You were at Jeffrey Williams' home after Donovan Thomas was killed. At some point, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is killed. At some point, you are actually at Jeffrey Williams' home in Atlanta. Is that in the Sky House? Is that true?
What you mean?
Okay. So I'm locking in on the date that Donovan Thomas is killed. I'm just telling you the date. I'm not asking you to remember, but it's January 10th, 2015, okay? But Donovan Thomas is killed that night, or he's shot that night, okay? I'm asking you this. After he's shot, do you remember being at Jeffrey Williams' home at some point at the Sky House in Atlanta, Georgia?
Man, my mind, I had blanked out. Too many people were calling. I can't remember everything that happened that night.
Okay.
Like,
It's okay. I'm just asking questions. You're giving the testimony. It's fine. After Donovan Thomas is killed, after the news got out that he's killed, the information, did you ever see a posting by Jeffrey Williams about Donovan Thomas's death that night, or January 11, 2015. Do you remember that on social media?
I don't remember that night.
Okay. All right. Okay. Did anybody with the police department, the federal authorities, homicide, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office ever come back to you and say, hey, I want to talk to you more about Jeffrey Williams and Donovan Thomas falling out like you told us? Did they ever try to corroborate that? And if that's a bad word, I'm going to rephrase it.
Once I got out,
Anytime. Did they ever come back to you and challenge you or ask you about this conversation that you had?
I can't remember if they have. I don't think. Outside the interior, once they went locking me up, we went there to talk about.
It was over, right? You gave your statement. They don't come back to you and ask you about this, right?
Right.
All right. I'd like to go to another part of your statements. And this is where you told the detectives, again, it's June 10th, 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams or Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is?
I heard of him.
Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me?
Who would it?
That's fine. I'm going to use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is, Your Honor, JW 240D, as in David States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10th, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, or conference, with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's at 10:40:37 a.m. to 10:41:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not, you correct us. Detective Dennis tells you, so the night at Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, when all the, and I'm just not saying it, but SHI blank popped off. So what happened, Mr. Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time, and then there's overlapping conversation, meaning I can't understand it, multiple people speaking. Then you said, then Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And the Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, and you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug, you said, back cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. If I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury.
So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? When all the shit popped off. So what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying the last time when you were trying to bring everybody back together. You was like, is he ready? And Thug kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? You remember you told us that? When you said
You mixing it up. You talking about the time we just made the season when I called this day and tried to get him a throw that cool.
Remember saying that you were, the discussion, Detective Dennis is telling you, you were trying to bring everyone back together, make everyone, friends again. Remember Detective Dennis saying that? You just heard that?
I just heard.
Okay. And then you said that you called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug back cool. Do you remember saying that? Or did you hear that?
Again, I'm talking to the investigators. I'm trying to tell them anything.
Right. That's not true. Right. You were just trying to get out of custody or jail. You want to go home, right?
I've been telling y'all that for the longest.
Sustained.
The statement the jurors just listened to, you were trying to finesse or lie to the investigators to get them off of you so you could go home, right?
That was my plan.
It was a lie, right?
My plan was to spin the police hoping they'll let me go.
And did the police ever show you, or the district attorney's office, any cell phone records of you and Bloody J speaking at all on the phone?
What you mean?
When you said to the detective, I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Thug back cool, did the police ever come back to you at any time, or the district attorney's office, and say, here are jail records, excuse me, here are cell phone records showing you and Bloody J talking? Did they ever try to do that with you?
No, once they took me to jail, I don't hear from them until I'm back on the street and I'm going back to jail again.
Any time while in jail that you called Bloody J and said, wow, I tried to get everyone together? And that never happened, right?
Huh?
Had a phone call with Bloody J while that would be recorded?
I never had Blood J number a day in my life.
Did the police ever come to you, or the district attorney's office, to say to you, to challenge you, or to tell you, hey, we know this to be true or not true? Did they ever do that with you?
Huh?
Did the police or the district attorney's office come to you and challenge you on that statement and say, hey, we have information, this is true or not true? Did that ever happen? It's the same question. The single question. Did the police ever do that at the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. I'm going to go to another one. This is your statement again. This is June 10th, 2015. Your Honor, it's JW, Jeffrey Williams, 240E as in Aaron. It states exhibit number 378YE. And Mr. Copeland, this is at 10:45:09 in the morning to 10:46:01 in the morning. And on this one, what I'd like you to listen for is you saying, if you did say, you tell us, yeah, so I'm like, and I'm not saying, but darn, but it says another word, but this SHI blank happened, but before that happened, me and Kel was face to face. You know what I mean? Detective says yes, or Then you say, truth be told, I walked up on him, meaning Kel, with Shannon, me and him, it was me, D, my baby mama, and her friend. You said, the text said, You said, it was Kel and about 5 more other, I'm not saying, but ends. All right, look, bruh, you know what I mean? I got a problem with you, bruh. You know what I mean? This SHI blank here, we've been knowing each other. Detective says, right. And you say, I'm telling Kel that, bruh, this SHI blank ain't about them, bruh. You know what I mean? What the HELL? Woo woo. We talked like, while me and Kel talking, Kel, you know what I mean? All this SHI blank really about Thug. The truth, this is the truth. So detective says, so Kel's beef is not with you, it's with Thug. And you say, yeah, it was with Thug. Detective says, well, then why he? And you said, it was a cover-up. You're not listening. It was a I was the cover-up. I want you to listen to this and tell me if you hear what I said. If not, just correct it.
Yeah, I said something like that. But but for the heck, me and Kill face to face. Now, I mean, truth be told, I'm a mom. With Shannon. Man, it was me, D, my baby mama, and her friend. It was Kill, and about 5 more with me. All right, look, bro. I mean, I got a problem with you, bro. I mean, this shit here, we been on each other. I'm telling Kill that, bro. This shit ain't about that, bro. I mean, what the hell, we talk? Like, why me and Kill talking? Kill really not saying. I mean, all this shit really not cool. The truth, this is the truth. So Kill's beef is not with you, it was girl. Why? I was the cover up. You're not listening, I was the cover up. Listen.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
What I said, is that what you heard?
I heard it.
Okay. And you were doing the same thing you've told the jury over and over again. right? I was lying to the police because I wanted to go home and I was putting it on Jeffrey, right?
This is why I keep telling you.
And the police, you knew, wanted Jeffrey. They wanted to make a case against Jeffrey. They made that clear to you, right?
Yeah, they did.
So it wasn't that hard for you to realize, and I'm not saying you're not, using your finesse, but you knew who the police wanted you to implicate's my word. That's a bad word. You knew who the police wanted you to say is the person responsible for this death, right?
I didn't think they were gonna go after him.
Okay. And you knew that they wanted information from you about Jeffrey. True?
Yes.
Now, when you talk about your baby mama, did you hear that in the recording we just listened to?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the Honorable Miss Deshawn Quarterman, right? That's her name?
Yeah.
And you're aware that Miss Deshawn Quarterman, your child's mother, had spoken with multiple, but Detective Gaither at times. True?
What you mean?
During this time.
Yeah.
And we know that because remember hearing some jail calls yesterday that the district attorney's office played for you, and you even asked Miss Quarterman or Deshawn to call Detective Gaither on one of those recordings or two of those recordings. You remember that?
Yes.
And you asked Deshawn Quarterman to text Detective Gaither. Do you remember that, hearing that yesterday on the jail calls?
Yes.
Do you have any information that Deshawn Quarterman or Detective Gaither or anyone else came to you and said, hey, we corroborated, we spoke with Deshawn, and she said, yep, I was there when you made it good with Kel, and it's all about Thug. It's all about Jeffrey. Did that ever happen?
The police never talked to her without me knowing. They never talked to her.
Period, right?
Yeah, they didn't. They talked to her when me and her was in the interrogation room, and they really didn't say that to her.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And of course, it's a lie that you and Kel were on good terms, and that it was all about Jeffrey. That was a lie. That was part of your attempt to get the police off of you so you could go home. True?
What you mean?
That's why you said this, because you wanted the police to go after, to get away from you. You wanted to go home.
Right?
Okay. I want to go to, it's Jeffrey Williams number 240F as in Fox, State's Exhibit number 378YE. Your Honor, this is June 10th, 2015. It's already an evidence meeting, interrogation conference, interview, whatever it is called, at 10:49:25 a.m. to 10:50:09. And Mr. Copeland, I want you to listen to this, that you are saying to law enforcement. So when they ended up leaving, we pull up at the studio. This end was there recording a song, meaning Jeffrey. That song that we pull up tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, he did it so fast, like, damn N just shot at you, come make a song. So this is what I'm thinking, this damn, so we're up there chilling. So everybody was up there at the studio. So Thug dialed 911. He had a bullet hole in his car. So he want to know who shot his car. You know what I mean? I want you to listen for this. If I said it wrong, you got to correct me, please.
So when they didn't leave, we put up at the studio. This nigga was the number one song. That song that Lil Woody put up probably tonight, he did that song. I mean, like, they did it so fast, like, damn, they just shot it to come make a song. So then no thing, damn. So we got that chill. So we already should have got paid. So Doug like, yeah, Willie was in cup. So he's like, well, you wanna know who shot his cup? I mean,
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
Did I say fairly what it says? Was I fair?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. Did the police ever come to you after you reward them with this information and play for you or even tell you, hey, here's the 911 call made after the gambling house was shot up and a supposed bullet hit Jeffrey's car? Did that ever happen?
No.
Did the district attorney's office ever come to you and say, hey, we had the 911 call that Jeffrey Williams phoned in, like you told us, on June 10th, 2015. Did the district attorney's office ever play for you that 911 call?
No.
There was no 911 call. You were just trying to get out of the police, right?
Sustained.
Was there a 911 call to your knowledge that was ever shown to you to corroborate, to verify, to support that statement?
No.
You're aware, if you're not, just say I'm not, that 911 calls are maintained or held by the police? You know what I'm talking about? That they're saved. They can be retrieved. If I'm asking a bad question, just say.
Yeah, they are.
District Attorney's Office nor the police ever came to you with that 911 call?
Did y'all? I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
okay. I'd like to go to Jeffrey Williams 240G, as in Goldfeder, States Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's again, Your Honor, the June 10, 2015 meeting with Mr. Copeland and the detectives. Now it's at 3:47:32 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. 00. And Mr. Copeland, if you can just listen for and tell us if this is accurate. You said, and we're still talking about the car windshield. Remember all this conversation about Jeffrey wouldn't let it go until his car windshield was paid for? Remember all that?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
Okay. And it should say, and correct us if I'm wrong, that you said, yeah. So when me and Kel was like, well, we wanted to see what Thug got to say. So I called Kel on FaceTime with Kel, and Kel like, I ain't let SHI blank go until you pay for my window. You know what I mean? And Detective Dennis says, Kel said that or Thug said that? You said Thug. Thug, yeah. Detective Dennis said, okay. You said Thug like, Kel like, what? Pay for your window. So he looked at me. I'm about to go. I ain't got nothing to do with it. That's on y'all. So I'm out of here. I'm out of there, bruh. You know what I mean? Like, man, get nut on the phone. You feel me? That's what Kel was saying. I want you to listen to it and see if I've said that accurately.
so when me and Kill seen Judge Henry, Kill like, well, you gonna see what Thug got to say. So I called Thug on FaceTime for Kill. And Kill like, ain't that shit go till you pay for my window. Kill, yeah. Thug like, Kill like, what? Pay for your window? So you look at me like, I'm like, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with it. It's on y'all, so I'm out of there, bro. Like, man, get that up from me. You did. That's what Kill was saying.
What I said, was that accurate?
Again, I tell the police anything, get them out my face.
Okay. And at that time, by 2014, 2015, you knew Jeffrey was wildly popular in music. Is that fair to say?
Since I've been knowing that he been popular.
And he was also popular, if you observed it, in fashion, meaning like dress,
Yeah,
social media. He had influence.
yeah.
And he was owning several homes, to your knowledge. True?
I don't know what he owned.
Okay. How about cars? He had several cars.
Yeah,
And he would allow people to use those cars. He was free with that stuff, right?
yeah.
And he would rent cars for other people too, even if he didn't own it. Is that true?
I don't know what he do for other people, but it wasn't no issue.
He rented cars for you. Fair?
Huh?
He rented cars for you if you needed it. Isn't that true?
What you mean?
You would drive at times a rental car with permission of Jeffrey Williams that he rented. It wasn't a big deal, right?
I used to just go get the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it wasn't only you, it was anybody. He's generous, right? With his things.
Sustained, you can rephrase.
It's fine. All right. You also knew at that time, 2014, 2015, Jeffrey would fly on private planes. True?
Yeah.
And he would allow you at times, I don't know the number, you could tell the jurors, to go on a private plane with him. Fair to say?
Yeah.
And you knew he was touring America at that time, right? He was performing all the time, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
And he would do tours throughout America. You're aware of that?
He used to go to, I don't know what tour is, but he used to go to the different clubs and stuff.
Okay. And do you remember him having go to different cities throughout America?
I mean, that's what I mean to say.
That's fine. And Europe, countries like England and France.
Sustained.
Jeffrey would play in other places, not in America, outside America. You're aware of that, right?
What's the relevance?
So relevance is that Mr. Copeland's telling the police that Jeffrey Williams cared about a window.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Say that again.
Jeffrey Williams cared about a car window. The man is
Okay, I'm not sure the one has much to do with the other, so I'm going to sustain that objection.
When you told the police that this is about a window, Jeffrey's window, remember what we just heard? That was part of your finesse, right? To get you out of there.
When the police was questioning me, my only motive was to get me out of the interrogation room free. I was trying to say whatever I can to get them to let me go, to convince them that I would help them. And this just was my motive. Every time they got me, that's what I was trying to do. They were bringing his name up, and if they mentioned anybody's name, I was going to make up a story on them. I was going to say something about them, hoping that I can convince them to let me go.
And that's what happened here about the windshield, right? Same thing.
I don't remember what I told them.
I just played it.
I heard what I said.
That was part of your attempt to go home, right? True? Not to be locked up.
Right.
Did anybody come to you from the police, the district attorney's office, and say, we corroborated, means support or verified, this car window story? Did they ever tell you that?
After 2000, when I gave an interview and went to the feds, I haven't heard anything from the state, the police, and nothing until they kicked me in the streets.
Okay.
They haven't told me about nothing. They haven't reached out to me or nothing.
Okay. I'd like to go to the next issue that I'd like to discuss with you, Mr. Copeland, it's JW240H as in happy. State's exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's again a June 10, 2015 interrogation. It's at 10:42:23 a.m. through 10:42:32 a.m. And I'd like you to listen for and tell us if I am wrong where. This is outside of Club Crucial after you, remember you got into that fight on January 6th, 2015.
Hey, what's happening? How you doing? Boy, we have a lot to break down. We have so many things to break down with this one, brothers and sisters. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're fighting that good fight. The good fight, you know, you got to do that in spite of. Got to keep on swinging, baby. Figure out a way of winning without even fighting. But when you got to get down, you got to get down. Just how it is sometimes. That's just what it takes. Grind it out. Yeah. So, you know, just picking random place to start. I mean, just for the sake of we gotta get in somewhere, and let's just start with what's really happening here. Are we seeing a legitimate antagonistic cross, or are we seeing role play? And if we're seeing role play, how good is the acting? How good is the directing? How good is the editing, sound effects, graphics, 3D, right? Special effects. How's the music? What type of theater are we really experiencing? Lots of interesting questions, but you know, we intend to take a good look at most of what you see and don't see. How do you feel about Brother Steele's approach? Could he be better served, regardless of whether or not this is truly quote unquote antagonistic or role play, approaching Professor Woody with a different language set? It seems as if Brother Steele is bumping into himself because of the words he's choosing to use. Why would you do that? Corroborate, verify, on June, on January, on, you know, putting Professor Woody in a defensive posture due to lack of comprehension. That seems problematic inherently. Now, it appears that he's still getting to his ultimate point before moving on. He's arriving where he's trying to get to, but even the jury is having a scat way of getting there. Right. It's not smooth. It's almost, when you object, you know, almost the approach of breaking the rhythm. His Brother Steele's approach seems to be breaking his own rhythm. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? So there's an issue here of just communication, where he can get there, but he could get there stronger. Maybe we're giving him a lot of room here because of his vast experience, because of his vast success and tool set. You know, because we still have to balance it with, he doesn't want to let Professor Woody get off the rails, right? I mean, you don't want any witness, but especially this one, to take what you're saying and then go way out somewhere when you already got him where you need him to be, right? He's already had his credibility challenged. He's already teetering, you know, and the jury knows that he's already said he's finessed, and the jury has already heard him say he didn't see these boys do anything. So you almost, you know, it's really hard to get any better than that from a state's star witness, right? So that might be why his communication is so sterile, if you will, because he's attempting to not hurt himself. But our challenge is there a way of still doing that? Is there a way of still protecting yourself and having this dance, this communication with Professor Woody in such a way that you can smoothen out the delivery so you can get to those points and the jury can hear it clearer and they can retain it better? Right now, what have you basically retained? If you're a jury member watching right now, okay, what do you really remember? Because Brother Steele is chopping down major points that the state spent a lot of time developing. They developed this big point with impeaching Professor Woody, getting this video in, playing hours of it, you know, to make a certain point. And then Brother Steele is developing a cut your legs out from under you real quick. But what do you remember? And that's part of how he's getting there. We'll continue to talk about it. We do appreciate you being here. There's so much to discuss. And of course, Judge Speedy Whitaker, well, I don't know what that has much to do with it, about the window and why Brother Steele was showing the wealth and the generosity. That's a big argument. Well, she doesn't see what it has much to do. One has much to do with the other. Well, that's ridiculous. And it's also insulting, right? Because why would Brother Steele spend that much time unless it was an important point that he's getting at? If Professor Woody's trying to use as part of his finesse that it has everything to do with a window, but here's a man who flies around and allows other people to fly around on private jets around the world, around the country, making big money, renting cars for people. You know, is the window really the thing? Very interesting. Thank you for being here. Let us know what you think. We'll talk more. All right, let's get back to it.
Remember with the lip and the eye and the knot on the head? Remember that?
And when that went wrong, my lip, it was just my eye.
Okay. And it was the detective said to you, okay, we'll get back to see you 9. He's standing there with Bloody J. You said, so, but Thug pulling my shirt like, there goes Bloody J right there. You know what I mean? Thug and Nard were in the car leaving Crucial that night and firing at either Bloody J or Kel's people. Tell me if you hear that, okay?
Okay, get back to you see 90 standing there with blood. I get so, but Thug put him a shirt like, there go Bloody J right there, y'all need.
You hear that?
Yeah, I heard.
Okay. Did law enforcement, do you remember Club Crucial back in 2014, 2015? Used to go there every Monday night, right?
Right?
Approximately every Monday night. And
No, every Monday.
okay. And do you remember ever observing or seeing that there were surveillance cameras inside and outside Club Crucial?
You have cameras?
Okay. Did the police ever come to you and say, hey, we have the surveillance camera we want you to look at, or the district attorney's office, from January 6th, 2015? Did everyone ever show you anything like that?
I never heard nothing about no cameras.
Okay. I'm going to play on the same issue, same time, dealing with outside of Club Crucial. This is going to be J.W. Jeffrey Williams 240I as an ice cream, states exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015, interrogation 10:43:20 a.m. to 10:44:18 a.m. and this is you, just make sure it's right. So when we pulled out, Thug and Nard got in the car together. I mean, so when they pulled out, we leave, but when we leaving, Thug and them pull on a side street. I see them pull on a side street. My pulled on the side. He like, what the HELL y'all doing? He like, boy, we want to wait. He come out the club. I'm like, who? He's talking about Bloody J. What the HELL? You know what I mean? I said, I hear the gun cocked back. Detective asked, what had a gun? You said that N Nard. Detective said, uh-huh. You said, so I hear the gun cocked back. I'm like, what the F? So I tell them, all right, all right. I mean, my brother was gonna have to turn around. Detective says, uh-huh. So you said, so when we go down and turn around and come back, I'm telling brother, SHI blank, just go left. And we just ride the back street all the way to the house. We just hear the SHI blank go boom, boom, boom. And we just see the car, Thug and them in chasing the other car in front of them. You know what I mean? Detective said, that is the night, the same night you got jumped on at the club? You said, yeah, Thug and them chasing them. Because at first they thought they took money from them. Just listen to it, make sure I said that fairly accurate.
We pulled out. I mean, so we pulled out, Thug and another man come in. I mean, so they pulled out. We did. But what he did is, I threw them from South Street. So I went up, see them from South Street. My brother pulled on the side of that. How many days y'all doing? Y'all going, we don't really need to come out the club. I'm like, ooh, he's not bloody J. What the hell he went, you know what I mean? Did I do it? I said, I hear the gun cop back. Who had gun? The nigga Nard. So I hear the gun cop back. What the fuck? So I said, I mean, my brother go down and turn around. So when we go down and turn around, come back up. I said, brother, you go left, and we just ride fast, we all the way to the house. We just hear the shit go, boom, and we just see the car door, and then chasing the other car in front of it. I mean, this is that night, the same night you got jumped on the car. Yeah. So, door and chasing it, because at first we thought they took money from me.
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
Was it fair what I said?
What you mean?
What I said was that what you said. Did I take your words and the detective's words accurately? What I said beforehand.
I guess.
Did the police, local police, gang unit, federal authorities, district attorney's office, anybody ever come to you with any type of verification of what you said? Did they ever say to you, yeah, this happened or this didn't happen? Did they ever even talk to you about that?
No.
Okay. I want to go to the next issue, and this is JW240J as in Jake. It states exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10, 2015 interrogation, meeting, or interview. It's at 3:46:40 p.m. through 3:47:45. And here, Mr. Copeland, you are discussing with the detectives that Mr. Donovan Thomas or Nutt came to the gambling house and met with you, and you discussed your issues with Mr. Shelkow. I want you to listen to this. Specifically, you said, I was just like, darn, but it says another word, bruh, what happened? You know what I mean? What the HELL? I'm just like, the only thing I did was, you know what I mean? That N-Kel is, that's what that was, because I was just like, and then I just remembered like the stuff Nutt used to be saying. You know what I mean? Like Nutt pulled up at the gambling house and he tried to talk to me. You feel me? I let the window down. I cracked the window. He said, darn, it says another word, blood. I ain't blood, bruh. You know what I mean? But darn, says another word. You know what I mean? So I pull over. When I pulled over in the car, him and Big Boo was talking. I mean, dapped him up. Boom, Shannon right there. Shannon walked right past, looked at me and was like, you know what I mean? Detective said, uh-huh. You then said, and he was just like, man, what's up with you and Kel? Meaning no, or Mr. Thomas. Like, man, these ends, let him trip with y'all. I ain't got no problems with him. You know what I mean? So we was talking. When we got finished talking, he like, man, I'm a holler at the end. I'm a let y'all ends know what's up. You know what I mean? This and that. Detective said, that's what Nuts said. You said, yeah. So when me and Kel seen, Kel was like, well, he wanted to see what Thug got to say. So I called Kel on FaceTime with Kel, and Kel like, N, I ain't let SHI go until you pay for my window. You know what I mean? Just listen to it and tell me if you agree with what was said.
I was like, damn, bro, what did you have? I said, I don't think I did ever. That nigga ain't the problem. Know what I mean? The nigga Cal is. That was so I feel like. And then I can remember like the stuff Nut used to be saying. I mean, like Nut put up at the gamma house and he tried to talk to me. You feel me? I did one night. I cracked one. He like, damn, blood. I ain't blood, bro. Know what I mean? Damn. I mean, I pulled over. When I pulled over, I got the car and they did boo talking. I mean, I got one. Boom. Shannon right there. Shannon walked right past. Looked at him like, you know what I mean? And he was like, man, what's up with you and Kel? I mean, they him tripping, so I ain't got no problem with it. You know what I mean? So we were talking, we got there and talking. Like, I'm hiding, I'm really telling him what's up. You know what I mean? This and that. That's what Nuts said. Yeah. So when me and Kel seen each other scamming, Kel was like, well, he gonna see what Thug got to say. So I called Thug on FaceTime for Kel. And Kel like, nigga ain't that shit, go till you pay for my window. I mean, Kel.
What I said, was that fairly accurate, what you were saying with the detectives?
I never had no conversation with Ned outside the gambling house.
Exactly. Police never came to you in any way to say, hey, we corroborate that or support or verify that, right? That never happened.
I never had a conversation with him.
I want to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams number 240K, as in Kitten, States Exhibit number 378YE. Your Honor, it's at 9:56:01 to 9:56:27 a.m. It's June 10, 2015 meeting. Mr. Copeland, I want you to listen for, and then, correct me if I'm wrong, that you said to the detectives on June 10, 2015. So I went and got the car. I pull up at the green store. I ain't seen them out there. So I was talking to Little Rick. Me and Little Rick talking. I called D. D said he was on Cleveland. So Rick asked, like, where you just go? Because I was going to the girl's house. He like, all right, boom. I get in the car, I ride. I pull up at McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, detective says, you went to McDonald's? Bye-bye. You say, on Cleveland. Detective said, on Old Hateville? You said, nah, the one across, and the detective then cuts into your statement. I want you to listen to it. We're talking about, obviously, where you were at around the time of Mr. Donovan Thomas getting shot, okay? Just to orient you.
So I got the car. I got put up at Green Store. I ain't survived. So I was talking to Lil Rick. Me and Lil Rick talking. I called him. He said he's on team. So Rick asked like, where you could go? He turned around. So I could go to the girl. He like, all right. Boom. I get in the car. I ride to you. I pull up at the McDonald's. When I pull up at the McDonald's, to a McDonald's side, Cleveland, Wakefield, like, the one right across the street. Yeah.
Did I say fairly what you said to the detectives? Did it sound correct?
That's what it said.
Yeah. Okay. Now, did you ever get word from the district attorney's office, the detectives, the ATF agents, anybody that Little Rick confirmed your statement to the police? That they spoke with Little Rick?
No.
Okay. Do you remember the McDonald's we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue? It's the one across the street from a coin-operated laundromat, and then across the street from a gas station, and next to an auto parts store. You know which one we're locking in on? I could show you a picture.
Yeah, you gotta show me a picture.
Okay.
Nah, I know what you're talking about, though.
Okay. In 2014, 2015, if you observe this, just tell me, if you remember and you observed it. Do you remember seeing surveillance cameras inside and outside that McDonald's?
That's not my neighborhood.
That's fine. That's good. Okay. All right. Now, you're aware by the time that all this happened, January, we'll just say January 2015, January 10, before Mr. Donovan Thomas's, God forbid, shot, you're aware that cell phones, cellular telephones, give a general description of the area the cell phone is in. Is that true?
Can you say it again?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At and around or before Donovan Thomas's shooting, that's what I'm locking in on. Were you aware, did you know that cellular telephones can tell a general vicinity of where the phone is? Do you know what I'm referring to?
You said, do I know about it?
Yeah. Did you know about it back then?
Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, you told the police on January 11th, 2015, within 7 hours, 8 hours of Mr. Donovan Thomas being, God forbid, shot, you brought a cell phone in the interrogation room with Detective Thorpe and said, my phone will tell you where the phone was. Remember doing that?
Right.
And that was you trying to tell the detective, don't look at me for the killing of Donovan Thomas. Fair to say? That's why you went there.
Right.
I'd like to play for you and just tell us, orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if that's what you're talking about. This is, Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams 241G. It's in Gold Federal States Exhibit number 378Y. A is in Elisa. Your Honor, this is the January 11th, 2015 interrogation or meeting with Detective Thorpe and Mr. Copeland. Is at 3:14:09 a.m. to 3:14:23 a.m. If you can listen to this, Mr. Copeland, just make sure that you tell the jurors correctly if this is what you're talking about.
I can't hear it.
So what I did was I kept it. I missed my phone just to show you. I was asking everybody, like, should I go down there, bro? Because I didn't do it. They come scan me, they do everything. I didn't do it. They check my phone record, my whole column, they show you where I was, they show you every car that I talked first, they show you where I was now.
Is that you, Mr. Copeland? If you heard it, saying, you could check phone records, you can see where the phone was, where I was. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
Sorry. Were you talking about in the Jeffrey Williams Exhibit 241G, States Exhibit 378YA, from the times that I announced? was that you showing the detective with your phone on the desk.
Trying to show him I'm innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that phone, you see the phone that's in the Honorable Judge Whitaker's courtroom on display? That's the phone you brought in.
On the camera?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And did Detective Thorpe ever take your phone?
Shit, I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, let's do it both ways.
I don't really remember how it was so fast. I don't really remember how it went.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, and if you don't remember, just say I don't remember. Did anyone on the district attorney's office or the police department ever show you the contents of your phone, that they looked into your phone? Did they ever come back to you and say, hey, we can tell where you are, or these are the text messages? Did they ever show you that?
Miss Hilton told me that, I think in Glanville office, that something about my phone showed me somewhere else. I can't. She said something to me about it, like during this trial, but I don't recall exactly how she said it.
Now, you had multiple phones, fair to say, on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Multiple is a bad word. You had more than one phone on January, the day that Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed. You had more than one phone, right?
Everybody got more than one phone.
Okay, and including you, right?
Yeah.
In fact, you told the jury on August 12th of 2024 that you had more than one phone. And if you listen to this, just make sure that's what you're talking about, the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. JW 249, Your Honor, at 5:44:48 to 5:45:16 from the Fox 5 stream of this trial.
But I'm about to listen to something.
I think he's having a little issue. I'm sorry.
You may. Did any need to have a restroom break anyway? Let's have a short recess while they get that queued up. It's about time for a restroom break.
Can I step out?
Yeah, thanks. All right, we'll take however long it takes the jury to get back, 10-ish minutes.
Yeah, my team.
What'd you do? All right, for the jury. Officers, President and Counsel. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I'd like to play Jeffrey Williams or JW 249. It's at 54448 to 54516 from Fox 5 stream of this trial.
Did you provide us your phone number so we can get your phone records, Mr. Copeland?
Which phone?
The phone you had in 2015, did you give police your phone number so we can get your phone records?
I don't recall. Now you're talking about.
Did you give police your phone number in any of these interviews so that we can get your phone records?
Which phone?
Your phone that you had back in 2015.
I had more than one phone.
Mr. Copeland, that's you testifying before this jury, August 12, 2024, where you explained that you had multiple phones on January 10, 2015. Does that sound right?
That's what it said.
Did the district attorney's office, did the federal authorities, did homicide detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, anybody, Agent Cunningham, anybody in law enforcement, did they ever seek to get a warrant, a search warrant for your other phone or phones?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Did you ever get served with a search warrant, a warrant, or even asked to give the police your other phones or the district attorney's office?
No.
I'm going to show you and play for you, with the court's permission, Jeffrey Williams or JW 244D, as in David, State's Exhibit number 378, YB as in Barry. Your Honor, that's the January 28, 2015 meeting or interrogation. It's at 7:12:03 p.m. to 7:12:43 p.m. And this discusses, Mr. Copeland, just make sure I'm right, that you and your brother made a false report of who's driving a vehicle because you had a suspended license. If you can listen to that, make sure that's what that's about.
So I got back in the car. We rode down on Lakewood, got back on the freeway, went to the house, told my brother, hey, you need to try to kill.
Why you had your brother file a police report?
Good, I ain't got a license. You still a victim though, like they still lock me up.
Bro, if you ain't in the car, listen, if you ain't driving the car when we get there, we're not gonna waste our time on lock you up to drive with because now you didn't kind of, now you didn't kind of sway the investigation that y'all made a false police report. Now I ain't trying to lock y'all up for that shit, but if we get some evidence or get a gun or something to match shell cases or whatever like that, it's kind of like you threw the investigation off by having your brother take the report. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Is that pretty much what it discusses, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Is that what it discusses? What you're discussing with the detectives, you had your brother file a report, a false police report. Is that what it's discussing?
Right.
Okay. And you understood on January 10, 2015, that the cell phone that you told the police about would show an approximate location, right?
Huh?
The cell phone that you had on that desk in front of Detective Thorpe that you told the police about, that would show an approximate location of where the cell phone was, right?
I don't know. I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, it's me. I apologize. When you were with Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, about 7-8 hours after Mr. Thomas was shot, okay? And you brought with that phone.
You know, brothers and sisters, I mean, it's just glaring that Brother Steele is just complicating his own messaging here and just really making it difficult for the jury, in my opinion, to absorb what he's saying and the flow of what he's trying to get to by his use of language. You know, he's using terms that are clear to him, but this is a dance. This is a dance, and he knows this. He has way too much experience for this. So it's not practical that we're watching what we're watching, the ineffective and the inefficient use of language to communicate. But I will, again, we have to give that other grace to, he wants to make sure that he doesn't hurt himself when he has a witness who's already said so many wonderful things on the defense's behalf, whether it was under prosecution's direct or now under cross. Why fumble right at the end zone? So he does want to keep it in a box. He wants to make sure, and again, that's with any cross when it's going well like it is. You don't want to let him just run off somewhere and hurt you. So he has the experience to do that. He obviously has the winning record that proves he can do it. And he's definitely served certain communities where he's had to use certain types of language, and his phrasing, his approach has to adapt to certain situations. And his record would say he's a master of it. This is not that. This is not that. And even I'm not even saying so between them. It's exasperated by the jury itself and their ability to flow with this. Listen, as a juror, just listen and say, again, what have you really heard here? You know what he's doing, what he's trying to do, but the retention, because it's so cumbersome, the retention of it all, what are you walking away with? What do you even remember from this other than he's not credible? We already knew that. Now, if we get to the point of closing arguments, then yes, he'll have all of these ducks in a row where he can knock all these pegs down again. But why not have it more impactful right now by smoothing his language out, by dancing better with Professor Woody, by choosing words that are more comprehensible. And not only that, but he can give even a roadmap for Professor Woody. Hey, this is what we're going to try to do here, brother. Mr. Copeland, what we're going to do is there are some videos and things that the state has presented. And when we watch these, I'm going to tell you what they basically say. And then I'm going to ask you if that's what you basically said on the video. But here's the key, Mr. Copeland. I'm not going to ask you to say it was true. That's not what I'm going to do at first. At first, just relax. I'm just going to ask you for the record if that's what you basically said that day. Whether you were finessing, we'll get to that, but just relax. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and you just tell me video by video if it's what you said to me. Okay, yes, that's what I said. All right, now, were you finessing? Yes, so it's not true. No. That's a routine that we're watching, but it's not coming out that way because he's still worried to say, yes, that's what I said on the video. He doesn't know what's going on. He's still not flowing with the formula here. Brother Steele could give him that formula. He could lay this path out to him. And again, that would make the dance go better because you have a person who could be locked up for perjury. You have a person who's not trusting. A person's feeling that they're vulnerable for various reasons. Okay, so Brother Steele could illuminate the path more, smoothen this ride out more. Now, if it's role play that we're watching, even still, it doesn't change my argument for the jury's comprehension. Even if it's role play, let the jury understand it better so the jury can retain it and still have it more impactful. So either way, Brother Steele's approach and his use of the English language is not serving him as well as it could. And it's rather surprising, in fact. Rather surprising. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. All right.
Brought that phone with you? if that phone was with somebody else and not you, at the time of Donovan Thomas's shooting, the police didn't have all your phones, right? Well, you didn't give, I'll correct.
Just rephrase it. It was kind of
Sure.
confusing.
You didn't give the police all your cell phones that you had with you or access to on January 10th, 2015, but you did show one phone. True?
He didn't, I don't even think he went in my phone.
All right. Now, did the police ever come to you? When I say police, I'm including everybody, or the district attorney's office, come to you and inquire of you, ask you, your phone shows no calls between 7:01 at night and 7:23 or 24 at night on the night Donovan Thomas is shot. Did they ever ask you to explain or why there are no calls during that time? Did they ever discuss that with you?
They don't tell me nothing.
Okay. All right. I'd like to go to the next recording. And this is Jeffrey Williams 24 or JW 240L, as in laughter, states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. Your Honor, this is June 10th, 2015. And Mr. Copeland, June 10th, 2015 interrogation meeting. It's at 9:55:46 a.m. to 9:56:01 a.m. And it is you, I believe, and you make sure, saying that you called Jeffrey Williams from the green store. And it's something like this. You said, all right, so I walk up on my brother's house. Hey, bruh, let me see your car real quick. He gives me the car. Boom. I get in the car. I pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, nah, this is what I did. I called Thug. I ain't called D right then and there. Detective says, and you say, I called Thug. He ain't answer. I'd like you to listen, make sure that that's correct, okay?
All right. So I'm on my brother's house. I run to the car and give me the car. I get the car, pull up at the green store. When I got to the green store, nah, they were like, I called Thug. I ain't called you right there. I called Thug. He ain't answer.
Mr. Copeland, did the police or the district attorney's office ever come to you and ask you on your phone records whether it supported or did not support that you called Jeffrey Williams from around the green store on or around the time Donovan Thomas was shot?
I don't know what you, I don't, ask me again.
Yes, sir. Did the police or the district attorney's office ever come to you and ask you to explain your cell records, your cell phone records, and ask you about this comment that you called Jeffrey from around the green store at around the time of Donovan Thomas's killing? Did they ever do that with you?
Can you ask me short so I can
Yeah.
catch it? It's too long for me.
No, it's my bad. It's my fault. I apologize. Did the police ever share with you or the district attorney's office go over with you your cell phone records that they may have? Did they ever do that?
No.
Going back to 2014, going into 2015, you met Jeffrey Williams for a short period of time that you were, my word would be hanging out with him, but that's a bad word, that you were in his company and he was in your company, a short period of time. Is that fair to say?
Right.
And when you met him, you already said that he was very popular.
Yes.
True. And is it true that that you observed he was trying to help people like you, but other people too, to get jobs, like legitimate jobs?
What you mean?
Recording studios.
No, I'm saying I don't get what you're asking me.
Okay, let me ask you a different way. So forget about what I said. When you met Jeffrey, did you observe, did you witness him trying to get people to have a legitimate job. A legitimate just means a job at a recording studio, make music, trying to help people.
I can't speak for other people, but he tried to help me.
And when you knew him for the period of time, we're really talking about like between your birthdays. Do you know Jeffrey Williams' birthday by any chance? And if you don't, that's fine.
Well, now I do it, but
You didn't back then? Okay.
I didn't. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that you and he knew each other, but like after your birthday in July 2014 and really stopped because you were in custody anyway, by July 2015? That's the period of time that you knew each other? Is that true?
No, I didn't. From 2014, I met him like at the end of 2014.
And then you already told the jury, but you got locked up a lot. The police kept locking you up in January, February, March, April, May, and then June. You were locked up in federal custody for 51 months. True?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really the only period that you knew Jeffrey.
Yeah.
The only time that you were around him or he was around you. True?
Well, really, we wasn't even together every day. I was out in the neighborhood.
So when the state is asking, like, you questioned about, you were so close with him, what you really did was you go to a studio, he let you come to a studio. True?
Yes. I was going with somebody else.
Yeah. You went originally with a gentleman I know as Mr. Trontavis Stevens. You know that name?
Yes.
Is that also Slug and Tick?
I
Same
know.
person?
I called him Ted. Yeah.
Okay. And that's how you first were introduced to be around Jeffrey Williams. True?
I think so.
And then you would see him, he'd allow you, and when I say allow you, I mean, it was okay. It allowed a lot of people to go to his shows, right?
I think Ted invited me out.
Okay. And that was really your relationship with, and he would take pictures with you if you wanted to, and he wanted to. True?
Yeah, I asked.
Yeah. And you put that on social media. You were promoting Jeffrey, and you liked that.
He gave me, yeah.
And it gave you a little bit of maybe
No, a lot.
fame. Okay. Gave you a lot of fame. True?
Yeah.
And you were trying to launch your own career as a musical artist at that time. True?
I was trying to find myself.
Okay. Later, though, you did try to, and you did launch your career as a musical artist, right?
Well, I going back to jail, they started locking me back up.
You were trying to do that, though. You were trying to do
I tried it.
Yes. You had a manager.
Huh?
You had a manager.
Yes, I had a lot of stuff.
Yeah. They were controlling your social media feeds, etc.
Yes.
True. Okay. You put out music videos. True?
Well, my manager and them did.
Sure. But you were featured. You were starred.
Right.
It was your music.
Right.
Okay. Jeffrey never had the pleasure of having you featured in one of his songs. Is that true?
No, I ain't never been in his song.
Okay. And Jeffrey never was featured in one of your songs. Is that true?
No, me and him don't have music together.
All right. But he did put you in one song of his. You know the song Halftime?
I'm listening.
Do you remember the line? And I'm not.
This could get tricky right here. And Professor Woody, he certainly caught it. So he says, "I'm listening." He knows this can get tricky. We could see some unplanned fireworks here. Now, Brother Still, of course, he's got to know. He watched what happened here. He knows that Professor Woody was not happy with how his so-called reputation, alleged acts were displayed in the song or projected in the song. So this could be tricky. Brother Still's got to be careful here, and it is a trigger for Professor Woody. So we'll see. We'll see how he manipulates this one, but this is a tightrope right here, for sure.
Saying this a quote, but something effective. If you mess with me, Woody will come up and pop in the noggin. And if that's not a quote, I'm not trying to misquote it, but that's what is that something like what it says in that song?
Yeah,
And the song is Halftime, right?
yes,
Wildly popular song.
yes.
And the police, when that song was released, the police seized on that to use it against you, basically. You knew that, right?
Sustained.
From your vantage point, and what that means is you learned that the police was using that song. They asked you about that song.
No, they told me.
Yeah.
One of them told me that I think I had got out like shit. I got out one of the jails and they got me the next day. And they were like, yeah, man, now you're at the top of our radar. It was something like, and he pissed me off when he said it.
He being the detective.
No, it wasn't no detective, it was the police.
Okay. The police officer upset you when they
I think it was Dennis that said it. It was one of them that said it to me.
Now, that's the only time you're mentioned in one of Jeffrey's songs. Is that true?
What you mean?
There's not another song that Jeffrey, to your knowledge, mentions you.
Yes.
Okay. And Halftime, you know this, was made in 2000. It wasn't released till 2015, but it was made in 2014. Is that true?
Yes. It's an old song.
And there's no truth to that lyric that you would pop somebody in the noggin for Jeffrey. Am I right?
I would never.
I want to go back to what we talked about earlier, that Jeffrey was in fact this is, by the way, Your Honor, this is JW Jeffrey 241B, as in Barry States Exhibit 378Y, A as in Elisa. It's at 3:16:50 a.m. to 3:16:56 a.m. And this is January 28th, 2015 meeting or interview or interrogation with the police. Okay, Mr. Copeland, I'd like you to listen to this about things were good with Jeffrey. If you could just listen to this.
Defense counsel said January 28th. I think this is the January 11th interview.
You are, and thank you very much. I apologize, Your Honor. It's Mr. Copeland, it's January 11th, 2015 with Detective Thorpe. Same time.
Say like, I was cool with him at first. When Thorpe goes up, Thorpe started anything and putting out any songs and videos.
You were telling Detective Thorpe that Jeffrey was cool with Mr. Thomas, right?
I guess.
And that's the truth, though, right?
I don't know. I'm saying I can't hear what I said in the video.
Okay, how about this? From your observations, Jeffrey was on good terms with Donovan Thomas.
I don't think I ever seen them two. I can't remember being around both of them at one time.
You never saw them dap each other up?
I'm saying I don't think I've been around with. I don't think I've been around like if I never seen them. I don't think I've been around with both of them in the same place. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
I don't remember. I can't remember seeing both of them in the same place.
Okay. I want to talk with you about what you told the detectives. It's June 10th, 2015. And this is when you're telling the detectives you're at the McDonald's and D gets into your car. I want to talk to you about this. This is JW or Jeffrey Williams 240M as in Magic, States Exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron, 2:45 p.m. to 2:46 p.m. And you say to the police, SHI blank, I just heard D got in the car and he was like, they just killed him. Or he like, yeah. He like, boy, they killed Nut. Detective Thorpe said, who he say killed Nut? You said, I'm telling you. Like my heart started pounding. Like who? He was like them. And then Nard got in the car. He shut up talking. So we get riding. I'm like, where the HELL we going? He told me that I was already trying to get the HELL away from them. So Moonton FaceTimed me. He like, boy, you know, old boy just got shot, right? They saying, boy, he just might not make it. I'm like, who? He like, Nut. I'm like, huh? Man, he trying. He like, SHI, boy, you know, they could scream. You know, they could scream out a name, right? Man, boy, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So SHI, I'm like, man, my head started hurting instantly. I got off the phone with him. So we following behind them, we dropped. That's when we dropped them at Thug's house. They was in the car, in the first car. So when we pulled up, I want you to listen to this and tell me if that's what we're talking about. Excuse me.
So I just heard the guy like they killed him. Yeah, like, well, they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm just saying, I'm like, my heart started pounding like who? He like, damn. And Nut got in the car, he shut up talking. So we get around. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me, I was already trying to get ahead away from him. So I moved to a FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot, right? Saying, boy, his ass might not make it. I'm like, who? Like, Nut. I'm like, him. Man, he like, shit, well, you know they could scream, out of name, right? Man, well, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So shit, I like, man, my head burning instantly. I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his thug.
Mr. Copeland, did the district attorney's office or anybody in law enforcement, an agent with the FBI who's a cell phone expert or any of the police, did they ever go over with you where your cell phone that you told them about was traveling from the McDonald's area towards Jeffrey's home on January 10th, 2015? Did they ever ask you about that to explain it?
No.
Now, when you were trying to, or you put out some of your music, I want to talk to you about that if I can, okay? Now, do you remember putting out a song and a music video entitled Homicide?
Yeah.
And Jeffrey had nothing to do with that song or music video. Is that true?
I started doing music with somebody else.
And one of the people that you started to do music with, and he's shown in your video to Homicide, is the gentleman named Mr. Turner, or you referred to him as Threat. Is that true?
Yeah.
And in the music video Homicide that you put out, would you recognize that music video if it was shown to you?
It's my video?
Yeah, of course.
It's mine.
Okay. I'd like to show you, and Your Honor, move into evidence, Jeffrey Williams, number 243B, as in Barry, and it's a music video by Mr. Copeland, I want to ask you a couple of questions about that, okay, Mr. Copeland? I'd like to show it first and then ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
First, I think he needs to show it to the witness. Inside.
I think there's a proper foundation.
Tiny
Okay.
little clip and see if he recognizes.
Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, is approaching.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Copeland, just do me a favor. When Mr. Kokomo comes to you, just watch this for as long as you need.
Just to see whether you recognize it as the music video that is homicide.
Wait, you have to show it to the state first. They have it.
Is this all on the
4 minutes.
drive or whatever that you provided already?
Yes.
So then they.
And Your Honor, I misspoke. It's JW243C as in Colette, is not B.
Okay.
Yeah, they my video.
Mr. Copeland, I heard what you said. I'm going to repeat it. If it's not what you said, just correct me. That is, you recognize it as your video.
Yeah, I shot their video.
Okay. Your Honor, I move into evidence. I'd like to play Jeffrey Williams 243C as in Colette.
Relevance, Your Honor.
What's the relevance?
I believe that there is an indication of an image of, that appears to be like Mr. Donovan Thomas, and threat is in the video as well as Mr. Copeland.
All right, can we just maybe zoom to those
Sure.
parts and do those little parts instead of the entirety of it?
Yeah.
Unless the entirety of it's relevant.
No. We-
Okay,
We can
thank you.
absolutely do it. I move for the admission of everything, but for purposes of
Sure.
expedition.
All right,
Okay.
it's admitted.
And I would just need Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor, to announce what time he is
Okay.
playing, if that's okay. Or he could tell. Your Honor, Mr. Kokomo said starting at 41 seconds. May I just look and see what he's playing?
Sure.
Yes.
We would like to play with the court's permission. I know it's in evidence, but 40:34 through 40:50 first, and then it's going to be stopped, and then 3:56:02 to the end.
Okay. Go ahead.
But matter of fact, he calling right now. Say, twin, you got that fuck nigga y'all been looking for. Where y'all at? Where you at? We at the spot.
All right. They on the way now, bro.
And if you can go back, Mr. Kokomo, just for the jurors, Mr. Copeland, I'd just like to explain some things. The person right there in the black, in the black shirt with the red-looking bow tie and the red vest on the cell phone, you see that person? Can you tell the jurors who that is?
Great.
And I heard you, but your hands are over your mouth. Do you mind just
I
telling
said
me?
that threat.
Okay. And then if you go back a little bit, Mr. Kokomo, and Mr. Kokomo, what time is that we just announced? 53:58, Your Honor, is what we were just talking about. And if you just go back a little bit more. Keep going back just a little bit more. Right up, go just ahead right there. And Mr. Copeland at 4094, is it fair to say that's you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to go to 5602. That's wrong. 3 minutes, 56 seconds, 02 to the end. Do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton before June 7, 2024, that's the first time the jurors ever saw you come into the courtroom? Judge Glanville was the judge at that time, and you invoked the Fifth Amendment. That's the day I'm talking about. So before that day, okay? Am I losing you? Because I'm not trying to. I lost you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're finished with the exhibit. Can you take it down?
Yeah.
But before, I'm sorry.
You finished with it.
For now, I'm going to go
Okay.
back to before the first time the jurors saw you testify on a Friday, June 7, 2024, before that. Do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton that you made a video admitting to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
Wait a minute. Hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Wow. Yeah, see, this gets Professor Woody in a pretty tough spot, brothers and sisters, because once again, he can get locked up for this stuff. He's already been told that. And wow. Brother Steele's got a job to do, though, you know? But see, this is where Professor Woody still needs to have proper legal representation, obviously. Still needs to have proper legal representation, because what's happening right here, man, this could go bad. Brother Steele is asking, hey, when you pled the Fifth before the ex parte, did you say that there was a video that you made? See, that leads him right back into where, you were responsible for this Brother Thomas situation. That puts him right in that same alley again. By that, I mean vein. And I'm still struggling with Brother Steele's lack of smoothness, smoothality. That's right, I said it. Smoothality-ism. Okay, I said that too. Smoothality-ism. Stamping it. Rhodes. Right. Yeah, man. It's his choice of phraseology. Rhodes. he shouldn't have to take 3 to 4 stabs at making his point to get to another point, to get to another point, to get to another point. And he's acknowledging, he's saying, it's me. Well, dang. Then either because of your vast experience, we're still giving you a lot of rope here, saying, well, you intend to do this. You intend to be this cumbersome and have Professor Woody not understanding, have the jury not have the flow, but that's weird. You know, are you trying to slow it down so that you get to make each point longer, talk about it longer? But, you know, I mean, this is something that you can even ask a judge, say, hey, they're objecting too much, Your Honor. They're just trying to break my flow. I mean, breaking the flow is 101. It's not what you want to do. You don't want your flow being broken and to do it to yourself. It's really low level. It's really low level. And to be coming from someone with such high level, really something, really, really something. Okay, but now let's drill back down where we are. He's on a very, very powerful street right now with this whole Brother Thomas thing. And his point of playing the video was to say that was likeness of, intentionally by Professor Woody, likeness of Brother Thomas. Dangerous, you know. So if he's shifting back to getting Professor Woody to say he did it, yeah, I mean, that's great for Brother Steele's client. But where does that leave Professor Woody, which is not Brother Steele's concern? I'm not saying that. But this, again, where Professor Woody needs to confer with his attorney, right? The new guy, Engelberger or whatever, you know, slow this thing down and make sure he's protecting himself. This will be a good time. Make sure he's on safe ground. What do you think? For sure. Yeah. Good time to slow this thing down.
Do you remember saying on
Let's
social media,
let's back it up a little bit.
Hylton?
All right. Yeah, let's get him here.
June 7th.
Thank you for being with us, brothers and sisters. We appreciate you.
The jurors ever saw you come into the courtroom. Judge Glanville was the judge at that time, and you invoked the Fifth Amendment. That's the day I'm talking about. So before that day, okay? Am I losing you? Because I'm not trying to. I lost you?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're finished with the exhibit. Can you take it down?
Yeah.
But before, I'm sorry.
You finished with it?
For now, I'm going to go
Okay.
back to it. Before the first time the jurors saw you testify on a Friday, June 7, 2024, before that, do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton that you made a video admitting to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
Do you remember saying on social media or otherwise that you made a video or a statement that you admitted to killing Donovan Thomas? Do you remember saying that?
Objection, mischaracterization of evidence. Not even mischaracterization.
I don't know how to rule on that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have anything in front of me.
That's fine. Let me get the, can I have 1 second?
Yeah, it's not an evidentiary objection, by the way.
Well, they're pulling up. I'm going to ask you another question. On what we just saw on Jeffrey Williams 243C, that man who had money on his head and then was shot in the video, remember that on the homicide video? Did that have anything in your mind to do with Donovan Thomas?
I don't get what you're asking me.
When you did that video, did that have anything in your mind to do with the killing of Donovan Thomas?
No.
Okay. It's just a video, a music video?
Yeah, just a video.
Now, when part of your what you try to give out to the public is that you are a real gangster. Is that true?
Huh?
Do you remember giving an interview on the porch interview? Do you remember that?
Out the porch?
Off the porch, yes, sir. Do you remember doing that interview?
I remember doing it, but I don't remember what I said.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you are a real gangster, but other people are just musicians? They just play gangsters. Do you remember saying something like that?
You gotta show me.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, this is Your Honor, Jeffrey Williams, 246. It's April 29, 2020, off the porch interview with Mr. Copeland. And the relevant times are going to be 5 minutes, 4 seconds, 5 minutes, 12 seconds, 8 minutes, 59 seconds to 9 minutes, 7 seconds.
I remember. I don't know what he's talking about.
Sorry, Mr. Copeland. Do you remember that video, excuse me, the off the porch interview?
I remember, but I don't remember what was said.
Okay. Was that you in that video that was shown to you?
In that picture he showed me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you need to hear what was said? Did Mr. Kokomo play that for you?
No, he just showed me a picture and walked off.
Mr. Kokomo, would you just show Mr. Copeland the relevant portions, 504, and you can listen to any of it, 504 and 512 and 859 to 907. Mr. Copeland, just listen to this yourself, please. They have it.
That's it.
That's you in during your interview or part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffrey Williams, 246, specifically, and I don't care if the whole interview's in, but specifically the times I announced, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we're objecting based on improper character, and we can approach for some other matters, Your Honor.
All right. Instead of approaching, because I haven't seen this before, so I'm gonna need to see it as well. I'm gonna excuse y'all to the jury room.
I step out too.
Yes, for now, but stay
Be right there.
close. And yeah, I may end up just sending you to lunch, but not yet. If I'm gonna do that, I'll send word. Okay, so just step to the jury room for now. right, I know there was an improper character objection. Whose character?
At this point, it seems like Mr. Steele is one implying for the witness about him being a gangster. It sounds like he's going down a line of a some other dude did it defense, especially speaking about threats and the homicide video, and then this video, this on the porch video of Mr. Copeland speaking about being a gangster. We think that this is more prejudicial than probative, substantially more prejudicial than probative. And so those are the basis for our objections.
And so whose character are you alleging it's improperly impugning?
Mr. Copeland.
Okay, let me see what you're planning to play.
So at the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it? Or you keep listening to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tougher than they life. So. To hear so many people like it just build my confidence. I mean, because I had a pride thing, like, I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm going to slap the shit out of you. But whenever.
I'm gonna overrule those objections.
It'll be very short, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm gonna have the jury back. Ms. Persfield, apparently one of the jurors, she was not hospitalized, but she had to visit the hospital last night. And she has indicated through an email that she may need an early break today. Her doctor's excuse had cleared her for going back to work as of tomorrow, but she didn't want to throw us all off in the morning. So she came today, but we may have to break early, and Ms. Persfield's just kind of finding out a little bit more detail. So I'm going to let her come back and let me know what's going on, and then we'll determine kind of where to go from here. So we'll just kind of recess in place. All right, so we're going to have the jury back out, wrap up, I guess. You're saying, Mr. Steele, that we can wrap up this topic fairly quickly, and then we'll break for lunch. And it sounds like she's just feeling okay now, but will sort of keep us posted, so.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Copeland as well.
we're breaking.
Well, if this will be a clean kind of place for us to stop, sure.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Any way you say, we'll be fine.
It may just be easy. Let him go for lunch. I think they're all doing their bathroom right now.
Okay, brothers and sisters, it sounds like she said that they may just go ahead and start lunch. So we'll see. Otherwise, Brother Steele is going to just get in just a little bit more. So depending on how Whitaker wants to do it, if she wants to go a couple more minutes or just go to lunch. So we'll check it out. Either way, after lunch, we have more Brother Steele and Professor Woody. And we are definitely getting into some sensitive subjects. Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
Mr. Steele, just, stop wherever you want. I mean, if you've got 15 more minutes or 20 more minutes or whatever before the next natural break, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish to the jury Jeffrey Williams or JW 246, specifically the time frame 5:04 through 5:12. And Mr. Copeland, if you could listen to it, and I just want to ask you some questions, okay?
All right.
You might need your earplugs if you want to use them.
At the end of the day, I got a story to tell.
Yeah.
You want to listen to it? Or you keep listening to these niggas that ain't did nothing gangster, nothing tougher than they life. So.
Were the people around you?
Mr. Copeland, are we able to hear what you said during that interview?
Yeah, I heard it.
And you don't need me to explain. Tell the jurors what you were saying to the interviewer.
What you mean?
What was
I getting at?
Yeah, can you tell the jurors, please?
Well, I did an interview and I got here's a question that he asked me.
Okay, let me ask you this. Some jurors may not know what off the porch is. Can you tell them what that is?
It's they interview rappers, upcoming rappers, and ask questions about the music and your background and stuff like that. That's what you asked?
Yeah. And this was done approximately April 29, 2020. Do you remember that?
It was done, I don't know when.
Do you remember it was done during COVID, if that matters at all?
Before I went back to jail.
Okay. And in that segment that the jurors heard it, but you're explaining that you're a real gangster, not these other people who are pretending. That I'm not saying that's a quote, but something like that. That's what you were discussing, or you said. Is that true?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to, and you discussed Jeffrey Williams in this. If you remember, I could play for you, but if you remember off the porch interview, is that true?
All right.
You said he was like a role model. He blew up, or whatever the right word is. True?
Well, he showed us that it was real.
I'd like to show you or play for you, if you don't mind. You might need your earpiece again. This is 8:59 to 9:07. I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. Just what did you say? What did you mean? I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. What did you say and what did you mean?
Now there you go. Now see, that's what we were saying earlier. Now they must be listening to our stream or something, right? Okay, but that's what we were saying Brother Steele needs to do more of. Lay out the blueprint, lay out the roadmap like he just did. And when he does it like that, then he can help to orient Professor Woody and put Professor Woody at ease. And that's what he needs to do to smoothen out the back and forth and to aid with more cohesion as he's developing his defense strategy and manifesting that to the jury and having them be able to not only receive but retain the point. It's a dance. So it's good to see that Brother Steele is adapting and trying to upgrade. So no, it was not his strategy to be this cumbersome as he has been. Clearly, he's fighting to upgrade, meaning that's not the way he should have been to begin with. So we're gonna, we've been given grace, but it looks like he's even admitting more than once, hey, it's me, it's me, it's me. But not only is it me, but it's a misstep, in fact. Very interesting. So let's hear that again, as he gives the roadmap, which we covered earlier today, that this is the type of thing that he should have been doing.
9 to 9:07. I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. Just what did you say? What did you mean? I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. What did you say and what did you mean? I'm going to ask you the same type of questions. What did you say and what did you mean? All right. Same thing.
Because I had a pride thing. Like, I don't want to be labeled as nothing but a gangster. So you look at me anything other than that, you got a problem. I'm going to slap the shit out of you. But whenever
Did you hear that? You hear what you said?
I think we all heard.
Yeah. And what you're expressing is that's what you want people to look at you as. That you're tough.
Nah, I just wanted people to know, not to look at me. I wanted them to know.
That you're tough. My word.
I ain't tough. I just ain't scared.
All right. Now, you also put on your social media, I think the state showed it to you, but let me get the exhibit number.
You better play some?
Well, let me show you something before. Is that okay? Just give me one
Oh, I'm
second.
just trying to see. I didn't hear you.
Let's go back to that interview for just 1 second. Do you remember at the first part of the interview saying that these other people are not real gangsters? That's what you said, right? I think I asked it actually. So
No, that's what I said.
okay. All right. On your social media, give me 1 second, okay? Your Honor, may I just go back?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this is exhibit number Jeffrey Williams, 236B, as in Barry. And with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo just show it to Mr. Copeland?
I'm sorry, is this the same one? The off the porch? This is a different one.
This
Did you
is a
say
different
236B this time? Okay, sorry, I didn't know if you said 246, so
46 was the last one.
that's what I thought, so wasn't sure whether we were talking about the same one or a different one. All right. Yeah, he may. 236B, is that what you said? Mr. Steele B.
236B is correct.
Okay.
Did you see that, Mr. Copeland? Do you recognize that as your social media account at one time?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, and it's 236B as in Barry.
It's admitted.
Can Mr. Kokomo please display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Kokomo, Mr. Copeland, I apologize. I want to go through this with you just for a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And when I say this, I'm talking about JW, Jeffrey Williams, Exhibit 236B as in Barry. That's a picture of you on the left-hand side. Do you remember where you were in that picture?
In the back of a Rolls Royce.
And do you remember whose Rolls Royce that would be?
It was a rental.
One more time.
A renter.
Okay. Do you know who rented it?
No.
Okay. And then it says 725 _ WODY, and then it has Georgia Most Wanted with 2 emoji green snakes. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it says that you're an artist, or it says artist, the word artist, right? True? Is that right?
Yeah.
And then underneath it says, I came from nothing with a period. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
And I came from nothing. Do you know that to be a series of Jeffrey's music?
What you mean?
Do you know whether Jeffrey Williams ever put out music? I came from nothing.
Yeah.
1, 2. Okay. And is that where that comes from? And if not, that's fine. I'm just asking you, were you inspired by
That's where it came from.
Okay. And when it says Georgia's Most Wanted, you're aware that you were deemed by the federal authorities as 12 most dangerous people in Atlanta. Is that true?
I was?
Yeah.
Now, why doesn't he know that? Okay, and for those of you who are hearing that for the first time, yeah, allegedly, that is the case. Yeah. And his response was like he didn't know that. Wait a minute, brothers and sisters. I think we better hear that again. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
You're aware that you were deemed by the federal authorities as 12 most dangerous people in Atlanta. Is that true?
I was?
Yeah,
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, it's not speculation, but he's answered that he didn't seem to know.
Let me show you. Tell me whether this refreshes your memory.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
What's the number? Exhibit number?
What's the objection?
this is not this is nothing that he can authenticate.
Okay, there's an authentication objection.
Well,
Is
then
that the only objection?
Irrelevance. And if we can approach it, we can show you the exhibit.
You may. Let's go ahead and send the jury to watch them. And we'll deal with this while y'all go to lunch. Let's be back at 1:15, please.
You said 115?
1:15. Okay, is your intent to show that entire thing with the, whatever that heading is?
I was going to, Your Honor, if Mr. Copeland can recognize it, I was going to admit it into evidence, and it is from, we received in discovery from the state, and it's Operation Phoenix, and it's the authorities announced on October 29th, 2020, charges for the 12 most violent offenders in Operation Phoenix, and I was going to show that to him.
All right, and
And then he has that on his Instagram, or I shouldn't say Instagram. It's a social media account. I think it's
when's that social media post from?
That is, it's in his, I'm being told the answer. It's in his biography or bio.
I can't hear what he's saying, but
He's saying it's in the social media biography of Mr. or bio of Mr. Copeland. I don't know the date personally, Your Honor.
okay. And how is any of whatever, whomever authority this was might have thought in October of 2020 relevant to the issues that we're talking about right now with Mr. Copeland?
I believe it's relevant because the state is saying that Jeffrey Williams governs this person. That's their whole theory.
Mhm.
Tells them go out. They're using a lyric, one lyric from one song. Jeffrey Williams, as the court may not know, has thousands of songs that Woody's going to pop you in the noggin. That is the quote. And I want to show that they hardly knew each other. They knew each other for a short period of time. Mr. Copeland did not commit crimes for Jeffrey Williams. Jeffrey Williams encouraged Mr. Copeland to conduct himself lawfully. That was on a jail call that we heard yesterday. In fact, included on that, Jeffrey Williams, through his sisters, saying, get out of the streets. You have a child. You don't have to live that life. And I want to show that Mr. Copeland ignored all of that. And after he has no contact, he has zero contact with Jeffrey Williams, he is still putting on his social media that he is a gangster, or 12, one of Georgia's most wanted. He is by the prosecution. These are federal authorities, by the way. So when I say prosecution, I'm talking about the federal authorities. deemed him one of the 12 most violent offenders in Georgia in 2020. And he has done a interview with Off the Porch in April 2020, where he's stating that he's a real gangster, the other people are not, and that if you disagree with that, he's going to, straighten you out, basically. So I think that's all important to the jurors, because it will hopefully undress this impression, wrong impression, in my opinion, strongly wrong impression, that the state is putting up, that somehow this man is all around Jeffrey Williams, knows what he says, knows what he's thinking, he overhears him on conversations, and Jeffrey Williams is there when the police keep calling Kenneth Copeland. It just, in my opinion, and hopefully the cross-examination, that just wasn't their relationship. So,
Okay, well, most of what you mentioned already has already been put before the jury, and this particular exhibit does not in any way shed any light on whether Mr. Copeland is or is not close with Mr. Williams. And I just do not see the relevance of it, particularly given that he said he didn't know that that's what law enforcement thought of him.
okay,
So I'm going
understood.
to sustain that objection.
I understand. Okay, we
All
will
right.
move on.
Okay, so let's all break for lunch.
Can I just give this then to, it's on the thumb drive, of course, but can I just give this to the court reporter? It's the print, unless you don't want it,
No, yeah, that's fine.
but I understand it's not in evidence.
Correct.
In fact, you might not, because it's going to be a lot of, that's right, not admitted into evidence on it, or?
That's fine. Excluded. Yes.
All right, brothers and sisters, like we're going to be doing some break-in, some break dancing to lunch. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are going well for you and your family, etc. They are wrapping up. Well, let's see here. Still going. Hold on. All right, well, we'll hang out and see if we get any audio here. The audio's been cut. We got a little video. Brother Adams, Brother Matthew, Sister. Very interesting, Brother Steele's approach here. You know, it would just seem that he would have a better grasp of different levels of communication with different witnesses from different walks of life. You know, just the connections he's had, the interactions he's had, just would seem like he could shift gears better than this.
Oh no, the question and the answer.
All right. Now they are going to do lunch thing. But, you know, it would seem that he would have just, and I think the main thing here is out of his own successes. I mean, the man is, you know, Georgia royalty when it comes to his massive success in the courtroom, his reputation. I mean, we're not giving him these accolades. He's earned them, right? So his inability to smoothen out his conversation with Professor Woody this morning was just really, really surprising. Even his day-to-day conversation with little Jeff, I mean, and he's, my understanding, also defended Little Jeff's brother at one point, and I mean, just a host of others, you know, where he's communicating. He has the ability, obviously, to communicate. It's not coming through. And again, you know, we're balancing it with, yes, he does need to box in this conversation, though. You know, he can't let Lil Woody just go off the rails. We get that. But wow, it just seemed like he still would have a better range. If for no other reason, just the impact on the jury, the flow, right? Now there, that you could say, well, that's the biggest reason. And yes, there's an argument for that, right? But we're not getting that. But there are other strategies as to why you want to have a flow, including, bypassing some objections, getting the witness on your side. I mean, even if you're trying to sell a vacuum cleaner, right? Getting a bunch of yeses, yes, 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 and then boom, right? So there are all types of techniques that are aided by your ability to control the flow, your ability to control the pacing here. And when Professor Woody doesn't understand what you're saying, legitimately so. I mean, it's not even like he's playing with you. He doesn't understand what you're saying, and you continue to use the same words. You continue to approach your question the same way. It's really, really weird for a person of Brother Steele's tool set to watch him struggle like that. We did see an attempt to try to pad it to make it better. So we'll see after lunch if he somehow equips himself with a different way in which to present. Yeah, there's scripture, right? Tinkling brass, right? Speak with 1,000 tongues and nobody understands me. What's going on? Rhodes, Rhodes, Rhodes. He that hath an ear to hear, or she. Yeah. We might break all that down at another point, another time. But if you get it, you get it. So, all right, doing a lunch break. We're doing a lunch break. Now, again, I'm going to talk to you at some point more about this, whether or not it's just role play or not. But we're still saying either way, smoothing that out, even if it is role play, smoothing that out so that you have the greater impact through this dance. And Professor Woody, if he's got a role to play, he can play his role better, at least if he understands where you're at in the discussion, if he understands what you're trying to do in the discussion, if he has, if he's on one accord with your pacing here. That could certainly benefit, right? Yeah. All right. Well, 1:15 EST is what was projected. So we'll take a little music break and relax, and we'll be back at you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Brothers, as we're adjusting the microphone levels here, do a little mic check during our lunch break. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. All right, checking out our levels, making sure after lunch we're where we need to be for you. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate you. Okay, brothers and sisters, we are at lunch break, hanging out with you. Hope you're enjoying the sounds while we wait. Get back to it. Hope you're doing well. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Thanks for being here. We do appreciate you. Lunch is supposed to end at 1:15 EST. We'll see how that goes. And then back at it with more Professor Woody and Brother Steele. Brother Steele. All right. Thanks for being here. sisters, is brother still going to be able to counteract his lack of continuity and pacing? Is he going to be able to upgrade and still keep Professor Woody in that box, but not let him have so much disruption in his pace? This is interesting to see from an artful perspective the skill set of Brother Steele. You know, he's making it hard on Professor Woody and anybody. You know, if you want them to dance with you like this, and you're causing some disruption even in them, right? So it's almost like, how can he play his role, if it's a role, if how can he play it appropriately, you know, if you're not putting him in the best situation, you see? Now, again, if it was purposeful, that's different. Or even if it was purposeful in his initial intent of how he was going to go about it. But once he saw it was backfiring, he has been struggling to adapt. So we'll see if he can catch up and upgrade with that. Brothers, we appreciate you being here. We're still at the tail end of lunch break. brothers and sisters, it's almost that time. How you feeling? It's almost that time. Come back from lunch. We're gonna be hitting it hard. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you, Rhodes. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to hit that like button. We appreciate you. All right, brothers and sisters, we're ready to go back to lunch. Hope you're enjoying our experience. We are enjoying being with you. Hey. That's right. Rose, baby. Thanks again for being here. We do appreciate you. All right, let's get to it.
It's a Instagram posting. I believe the posting may have been on June 27th of this year, in which Mr. Copeland appears post, he is an innocent man in real life. The demons that has been on me at certain times in my life had full control. And he goes on, I think I know who he is the innocent man that he might be referencing, Your Honor. I'm not sure how this is going to come out during Mr. Copeland's cross-examination. However, the state's concern would be the initial part of he is an innocent man, and that's invading on the province of the jury, depending on what he is innocent of, or determining from this post what he may or may not be innocent of. I'll cite the court to Fordham v. State, which is 352 Georgia Appeals 520.
From what year?
2019, Your Honor.
Okay.
And essentially that Georgia law generally precludes a witness from testifying.
Slow down.
Sorry.
Georgia law what?
Generally precludes a witness from testifying as to his or her opinion regarding an ultimate issue in the case, because to do so would invade the province of the jury. And so if you're trying to say he's an innocent man, that could be perceived that you're trying to invade what the jury ultimately has to decide about Mr. William or any of the defendants guilt or innocence. And so I'm just bringing to the court's attention. I don't know how it's going to come in, but that is the state's concern regarding this posting.
Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, I could get a case, but lay people, by the way, can comment on an essential element if it's their observation, A, but B, it's for impeachment. I believe that Mr. Copeland, and I don't know what he's going to say. I have not spoken with him, but I believe that he has targeted Mr. Williams in that posting on June 27, 2024, saying that my conscience caught up with me. And he's an innocent person. I believe that that can go to the jury the way it was said. I don't see any problem with that. It's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the jurors through 2015 video, audio, that Mr. Williams is the reason that the person's dead. Mr. Williams gave the order to kill Mr. Copeland, that all these people work for Mr. Williams. So I believe that it's critical, his state of mind. And the jurors obviously go to weight. I understand there's a 9-year difference, but it goes to weight.
Okay, so how is this a prior inconsistent statement? This was made subsequent to everything that I may just not be following you.
I understand. Prior inconsistent statement is anything prior to the trial of the case, but I could get you that case.
Okay, well, this is in the midst of the trial of the case.
Prior to testimony.
Not prior to all of his testimony either.
I don't think it matters. You know, if he said to someone on the way in here, hey, what I said on the 2015 about being at the green store is not true, that comes in for impeachment. I asked him about it, then I could put up the person who he said it to. It does not matter. It's a prior statement that is inconsistent with what he said. So I feel very comfortable that that is the law. I tell him
it's not a prior statement. It can't possibly be a prior inconsistent statement if it's not a prior statement. This is not a statement he made prior to any of his 2015 statements to law enforcement.
Let me get you the case, but it does not have to be prior to the statement that you're impeaching. It's a prior statement of that witness. He made a prior statement on June 27, 2024. That is inconsistent with his previous statements, but I can get you those cases.
Okay, I don't know that it's inconsistent with his trial testimony, though. He's testified at trial. Everything I said to the police, I just said it because I wanted to get out of there, and none of it was true. So this is not inconsistent with that either.
Well, it is for two reasons. But I believe it's admissible. One, he's saying that what he said was about an innocent person, which is different than I just wanted to get out. So I was saying some truth and some non-truth. And second, it impeaches his 2015 statements.
It may do that.
And that's admissible. But let me get you a case instead of just me saying it's prior inconsistent statement.
Okay.
Let me just get you a case.
All right. Was there an objection other than?
Yes, Your Honor, because I don't believe it's a prior inconsistent statement based upon his testimony in trial. He made this post the beginning of his testimony. So he made this post, if it's on June 27th, he started testifying initially on June 6th, June 7th, before and he testified all the way up until June 17th, prior to, that testimony not being included. And this is after that on the 24th, which this is consistent with what he said on the stand repeatedly to this jury over and over and over again, that I lied on Thug. Thug hasn't done anything.
I was just asking you, did you have an objection beyond or in addition to that? I didn't know if that was everything you were saying or.
That's it. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then, Mr. Shart, did you have something?
Your Honor, it is my belief that Mr. Steele plans to play a phone call that Mr. Copeland is on with his sister. That's, I believe it's marked Jeffrey Williams 250B. My concern is from 1605 to 1629. There is a comment made by who I believe to be Mr. Copeland's sister, stating that she has heard that Shannon got shot at because he killed Nut, is close to the quote. It's based on speculation and hearsay. It's obviously very prejudicial to my client. So I would ask that if Mr. Williams or if Mr. Steele, on behalf of Mr. Williams, is to publish JW 250B, that the times between 1605 and 1629 be redacted to take that segment out.
All right, any response, Mr. Steele? Any objection to that part coming out? Okay, thank you. All right, anything else?
Very interesting, though, you know, in the scope of things from various levels, because we know that there's a great team aspect of this, and then we know that certain times you have to just advocate for your guy. We understand both of those are true. At the same time, certainly interesting right there, because you could ask him, say, hey bro, don't say that, right? So to ask the judge at a time like that was interesting, and of course intentional. Now, what's the reason? You know, why are we asking each other this? No, we're gonna let the judge say, okay, yeah. And then the judge says, well, is that okay, brother Steele? Yeah. When we talk all day, every day, right? It's interesting, but it's on the record that way. And again, intentional, something to take note of.
Be redacted to take that segment out.
All right, any response, Mr. Steele? Any objection to that part coming out? Okay, thank you. All right, anything else? All right. Any other matters? Okay. All right, then let's get Mr. Copeland and the jury in. Thank you. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Copeland, do you remember saying when being asked questions by Ms. Hylton that Mr. Turner or Threat asked you to go with him and you and Mr. Turner fired ammunition or bullets into the barbershop of Rich Homiequan's father? Do you remember that?
Can you ask me again?
Yes, sir. Do you remember telling the jury that you and Mr. Turner, Threat, went to the barbershop of Rich Homiequan's father and fired bullets into that barbershop?
What about it?
One more time.
What about it?
Do you remember saying that?
Out of frustration?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you did that, do you know whether there were people inside that barbershop at that time?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton before you started to testify on Friday, June 7th, 2024? I asked you this before, but I'm going to ask you again, okay? Before, when you first came into the jury to testify, before June 7th, 2024, so before that date. Do you remember telling District Attorney Hylton that there was a video of you and others saying, "We killed Nut," may exist? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
Did you tell District Attorney Hylton that?
Did I tell her what?
That there's a video with you and others admitting that you killed Donovan, Nut, but Donovan Thomas?
I can't remember if I told her.
All right, let me go into this.
It is good. It's good that Brother Steele's taking his time right now. It's good that he's pausing. We talked about, the moment right here. This is one of those moments. So, yeah, it's cool. It's cool to take your time. Get this one right. Lots on the line.
I want to ask you about Jeffrey Williams or JW. $240P as in perfect, and that states exhibit number 378YE. So, Mr. Copeland, that's going to be the June 10th, 2015 interrogation or interview with the police. And it's at 248:22 through 248:57. And this goes into you stating that when you pulled up, you told Deshaun is your child's mother, right? That's her name. Okay. That I was like, she got in the car. She was at her friend's house. This is on January 10th, 2015. You're recounting. She got in the car You said, man, these ends just killed Nut, bro. She like, who? I told her it's Thug in them. She like, huh? What happened? Like, SHI, I don't know. D just got in the car and like, SHI, boy, they just, you know what I mean? They just told me that. So she like, what you gonna do? What the F you mean what I'm going to do? I ain't got nothing to do with this SHI. She like, yeah, you know, like we all know they was gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car and we rode home. Okay? I'd like you to listen to make sure I said that right, if you don't mind listening.
Y'all ain't got these son. So my foot, they told me these son, I was like, she got in the car, she was at her friend's house, she got in the car. And he needed to chill away from. She like, who? I told her, store them. She like, huh, what happened? I said, I don't know, DJ got in the car like shit. But it, you know what I mean? They told me like that. So she like, what you gonna do? What the fuck you mean what I'm gonna do? I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She like, yeah, you know, like we all knew they was gonna say my name. So I like, I don't know. So we got in the car, we drove home.
Did you hear that? Did I say it accurately?
Sound like it.
Okay. And do you remember telling the police that, and then they spoke with Ms. Quarterman or Deshawn? You're aware of that? You said earlier, right?
They did?
Yeah, you're aware that she would call them for you, text message them.
Oh, yeah.
Collect calls. Never corroborated or never asked about that, right? As far as you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Sure.
And that was a misstep right there. You know, you don't want him to say, I don't know. Right? That's not what you wanted right there. You wanted to, again, present the question in such a way that he says, no. You know, they never asked her that. But he threw off again with the corroboration, and, you know, he's still the comprehension level. He's not speaking the same language to get to where he's trying to get to. Brother Still's got to smoothen this out.
As far as you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Collect calls. Never corroborated or never asked about that, right? As far as you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Sure.
I apologize. Sorry about that. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. The next one, we discussed already, I believe. No one ever, you told the police that on June 10th, 2015, that from the McDonald's, me and him get on the expressway, boom. and they are following y'all in the Nitro, asked the detective, you said, yeah, no, they told us to follow them. So you're following them, the detective said, and you said, yeah, but when D told me this, oh, Hell, no, I ain't fixing to follow them, but D didn't get out of the car with me, but I'm trying to trick D so I can see what the Hell is going on. Boom, so we follow them to Thug's house. They stayed downtown at the Sky House. I'm going to play for you, make sure that's right. Jeffrey Williams of JW 240Q, State's Exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10th, 2015 interview. It's from 9:58:12 to 9:58:39.
So, we gonna get on spirit. Wait, are they following y'all? Nitro? Nah, they told us to follow them. Okay, so y'all follow them. Yeah, but when he told me, hell no, I ain't gonna follow them. But I had to even get out the cover. I'm trying to keep these, I see what the hell going on. So we followed them to the door. They stayed downtown on the Sky House.
What I said, was that fairly accurate?
He said, I told you, I heard it, but man,
See, I mean, we're continuing to see the same pattern here. You know, it's just too choppy. It's too choppy, and Brother Steele is not adapting to this. You know, and now you have more of an apathetic, not really attentive Professor Woody. He's just tired of this. You know, now if he understood the game and he saw the game as, you know, still cool. Versus, man, you just asked me, say what they asked me. You know, if he's got that attitude, man, same videos I done told y'all, I wasn't telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? So if you make more part of this dance where he sees, okay, this is not looking at it the same way. This is not trying to say that what I said before was the truth. You know, by framing it, hey, he can relax a little more, but not in the apathetic way. But as he understands what's going on, he understands his role, he's not going to just check out as easily. And if that starts, for whatever reason, to bore him, then that's where Brother Steele's got to say, Professor Woody, hey, you know, he has come at him a different way. But that's the art. That's the art that Brother Steele has the reputation, winning so many cases. You would think that ability, that acknowledgement, skill set would just be ready to go. And we're not seeing it.
What I said, was that fairly accurate?
What's going on? So we followed them to the door. They stayed downtown on the Sky House.
What I said, was that fairly accurate?
he said, I told you, I heard it, but man, I have to tell the police anything.
And the truth is, you didn't follow Jeffrey Williams to Sky House.
I don't remember that night. So much going on. I don't know what happened that night.
When I say follow to Jeffrey Williams Sky House from the McDonald's.
What I'm saying is so much what happened that night. I can't say I was all over the place. I don't remember exactly what happened that night.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever drive by at any time, the scene where the barbershop is, where Donovan Thomas was shot and killed on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
Did you, at any time, I understand there was a lot going on, but did you drive by the scene? You know where Donovan Thomas was shot? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
One more time?
I said, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Did you, on January 10th, 2015, drive by that street where he was shot?
I can't recall.
Okay. Let's do this. Did the police, detectives, federal, anybody, district attorney's office ever come to you and inquire of you whether or not your phone records show from the McDonald's area, cell phone tower, to the Sky House? Did they ever ask you about your phone records to see if it tracks what you told the police?
They never told me nothing about my phone at all.
Okay. All right. I want to talk with you about, the meeting with Detective Thorpe. So it's about 7, 8 hours after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, January 11th, 2015. Your Honor, this is Jeffrey Williams, or JW 241D, as in David. And this is State's Exhibit number 378YA, as in Elisa. It's 3:18:50 a.m. to 3:20:42 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, if you could just listen for this, and if I said it wrong, just tell the jurors I got it wrong. You're in with Detective Thorpe, January 11, 2015, and Detective Thorpe is asking you, who is Walter Lee Maddox? And you said, who? Walter Lee Maddox, the detective said. You said, I don't know. Nickname? Detective said, did y'all ever rent or own an Infiniti? You said an Infiniti. Detective Thorpe said, did y'all ever rent or own one of cars before? You say no. You deny it. Detective Thorpe said, have you been stopped in an Infiniti before? You said, have I? No. Detective Thorpe said, have you been stopped in an accident in an Infiniti? You said no. Detective Thorpe said something, I don't know, you could tell us if you can recognize it. You said, have I ever had a car break-in? No, let me think. You talking about this year? Detective Thorpe said, anytime. You said, I had a car break in a Pontiac. That was a couple of years ago. Detective Thorpe asked you, what kind of car does your brother drive? You said a white Dodge Charger. That's the truck he gave me. You said, Detective Thorpe rather said, does your brother got two cars? You says, nah, his girl got a car, and that the car he got, the Dodge Charger, and she got the ugly little Malibu, like 19 something. Detective Thorpe said a 2014 Dodge Charger. You said yes. Detective Thorpe said white. You said yes. Who drives a Nissan? Detective Thorpe asked. You said a Nissan, what color? Detective Thorpe said it is gray. You said, I don't drive no Nissan. Detective Thorpe said, okay, y'all ever have an Infiniti gray Q45 before? You said a truck. Detective Thorpe said no. You said a car, not that I know of. I want you to listen to this. If you don't mind, tell me if I did that wrong.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? No nickname? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infiniti? Infiniti. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infiniti before? Have I? Yeah. No. An accident in an Infiniti? No. A maximum? Have I ever had a car in? No. Let me think. Did you? Anytime. I had a car in that Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage. I ain't had no registry. I ain't have none of it. What kind of car your brother drive? Who was that in there? A white Dodge Charge. This truck car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, his girl got a car, and the car he got the Dodge Charge. Okay. Then she got the little ugly little Malibu, like a 19 something. 2014 Dodge Charge? Yeah. White? Yeah. Who drives a Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. How about that? Okay. Y'all ever had a Infiniti gray, a gray Infiniti Q45 before? A truck? No. A car? Yeah. Not that I know of.
Were you able to hear that, sir?
I think we all heard.
Okay, similar to what I said?
Huh?
Similar to what I said?
I guess.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you referred to Detective Thorpe as a squirrel brain. Do you remember that earlier in the testimony? Do you remember saying something like that?
Yeah.
And by approximately 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, January 11, 2015, so within 8 hours approximately of Mr. Donovan Thomas being shot, Detective Thorpe is asking you specific pointed questions about you in a rental gray Infiniti sedan. Do you realize that?
You said, do I realize it?
Yeah,
What you mean?
that's what he was doing. You understand that he was asking you about a rental Infiniti within 8 hours of the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Right.
And you denied any dealing with an Infiniti vehicle rental, right?
Right.
And that's not true, right?
What you mean?
You were dealing with a rental Infiniti vehicle.
I was?
Yeah, weren't you?
I don't recall.
The car that you were driving that Jeffrey Williams rented for you was, do you know that type of car that was? Or he testified to?
What about him renting the car for him?
Sustained.
Okay. The car you were driving that you announced that you gave to Threat or Mr. Turner, do you know what type of car, rental car that was?
No.
Okay. Okay. Did the police ever come back to you and ask you about Walter Lee Harvey again? To your knowledge?
I still don't know who that is.
Okay. Did the police ever come back to you and talk with you about wrecking that 2015 Infiniti vehicle besides this?
No.
Now, you have used other people's, like when other people rent cars, you know, Miss Quarterman's mother rented cars, allowed you and Miss Quarterman to use, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Just do me a courtesy, I apologize, but for the court.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that would be in Miss Quarterman's mother's name, the rental car. You're aware of that, right?
Right.
And I want you to listen to, if you don't mind, J.W. Jeffrey Williams 240R as in righteous, states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's also June 10th, 2015. Meeting or interrogation by the police, 11:33:17 a.m. to 11:34:10 a.m. And I'm just going to tell you and just make sure this is what it says. You said that I didn't break in these cars. I wasn't even with them. I just gave them the car. Detective said, but you said, but for what reason though? Because they was going to do some stupid SHI blank to get some money. Detective Dennis said something, I don't know what it is, so you could help us if you don't mind. You said, I knew they were fixing to go. Detective Gaither said, you knew they were going to do a job. You ain't what exact job it was. And then there's overlapping, meaning everyone's talking at one time. Detective Gaither said, but you know what an effing job is. You said, I just. Detective Gaither says, you know they ain't going to church. You said, I was just looking at like SHI. I ain't doing it. I ain't getting in trouble behind it. That's how I was really looking at it. Detective Gaither says, but you're still effing up Deshaun. Because if something else would have happened in that effing car, that truck is in her mama's name. Detective Dennis said, what if they did a robbery? You said, like I told them. Detective Gaither said, and it's the first report. Detective Dennis said, right. Detective Gaither said, we found. Detective Dennis said, we ain't even check. And you said, what I'm saying, no. What I'm saying, I already told them. I said, look, y'all, this car is Deshaun Mama name. You feel what I'm saying? I just said it like that. I said, it's in her mama name. She's gonna tell the police if y'all do anything. I did it. And I'm saying, y'all, I ain't going down for nobody else. I told her just like that. Just listen to it, make sure that what I said was fairly accurate.
That ain't my fault that you did that. No, I didn't break any car. I know you went there. I didn't stay in the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they was going to do some stupid shit to get some money. I knew they was going to go. You knew they was going to go to jail. You didn't know what the exact jail was, but you know what the fucking jail is. You know they ain't going to church. I know I won't get this. I just looking at it like shit. I ain't doing it. I ain't gonna get in trouble behind. That's how I'm just looking at it. But you can still fucking up their shot because something else would happen in that fucking car. That truck is in her mama's name.
What if they did a robbery?
Like I told you. And this is just the first report we found.
They can check on
What I'm saying, I told him, I said, look, the car is your mama's name. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, that's your mama's name. She gonna tell the police, if y'all do anything, I did. And I'm letting y'all know I ain't going after nobody else. I told him just like that.
Is it fair what I said? That's what you all are talking about?
That's what it sounds like.
So even though it was, and Deshaun and you have a special relationship. I mean, you share a child or children, right?
Yes, a child.
Okay. And you're aware that her mother is renting a car in her mother's name, letting you use it, and Deshaun, or excuse me, Miss Carterman. And it's used for criminal conduct by stealing people's cell phones, laptops, breaking into cars. You're aware of that, right?
I don't know.
You're aware on June 10, 2015, when the police came to arrest you, they searched that rental car in Deshaun Quarterman's mother's name and found other people's cellular telephones, laptops, identifications. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, after they locked me up.
Okay. And you were involved in breaking into those cars and stealing, using her mother, Deshaun Quarterman's mother's rental car, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume effect's not in evidence.
Asking him a question.
I think he just answered it.
Right?
They charged me.
Okay. Why, I just asked you, why would you be entrusted by somebody? They were doing you a favor with a rental car in their name. Why would you go out and commit a crime while using someone else's rental car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Well, yeah, you may not get what he's asking you, but he's walking that down now. He's saying you are the kind of guy, even though you have a special relationship with Deshaun, you're the type of guy, Professor Woody, who will use a car that's in your special person. I mean, your baby mama's name that can be tracked back to her. Ooh, man, you wouldn't do that. Yeah, you did that. Why would you do such a thing? And if you do it to your baby's mama's mama, surely you would do it with this dude, Little Jeff, aka Young Thug, now wouldn't you? Surely, if he lets you use an Infiniti, you would not say, oh, well, he's a good guy. This would look bad. I mean, he trusted you with the car. Of course I wouldn't use it for anything criminal. But I am the guy that would use somebody else's trust and betray them and do something. So yeah, he walking you into that, Professor Woody. Uh-oh. Are you really ready? You got to be ready now, because he walking you into something. Thank you for being here, brothers and sisters. We appreciate you.
I just asked you, why would you be entrusted by somebody? They were doing you a favor with a rental car in their name. Why would you go out and commit a crime while using someone else's rental car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Did you ever think, did you ever think about the lives that you were affecting by committing crime in a rental car in someone else's name?
Objection, Your Honor, assuming facts on evidence, Rule 611, Rule 24-6-611.
How about relevance?
And relevance.
Did it ever occur to you that you can get other people in trouble?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 240S, as in Samantha. This is at State's exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015 interrogation. It's at 10:00:31 a.m. to 10:00:46.
Miss Regina W. in the house. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Regina W. in the house, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. All right. Now we got a party.
a.m. And please listen and make sure that what I'm announcing is accurate. You're talking about, if you remember and you'll listen to it, O.G. Bentley. Do you know the name Kelvin Treadwell? Do you know O.G. Bentley by a government name? Do you know who that person is?
I don't even know who OG Bentley is.
Okay. All right. Where you said, you feel what I'm saying? This is what D's saying. Bentley's supposed to went and hid the car and the guns. Detective said, where? You said, I ain't never heard it. Like they just cut me off. They seen all the police just kept coming at me, talking to me. I want you to listen to this if that's what you said, okay?
You know what I'm saying? They what he said. Bentley just supposed to hit the car and the guns. Where I ain't never heard. Like they just cut me out. Like they seen all the police just kept coming at me and talking to me.
Did the police or the prosecution ever come to you and say, hey, we would like to talk to you about corroborating or supporting or verifying what you told us here? Did that ever happen?
Can you say it again?
Yeah. When you're telling the police that O.G. Bentley supposedly hit a car and guns, did the police ever come to you or the district attorney's office and say, we want to talk to you about that statement and see if we could verify it? Did they ever do that?
Then I said to the police, they came back to me and asked me to verify whatever word you using. They never, I said what I said to them, that was it. I didn't hear nothing else from them until I was back in hand.
See, we just can't have that. We can't have that. And whatever word you're using, this is the ongoing theme, brothers and sisters. Ongoing theme. Come on, Brother Steele. Get your language right. Communicate better with this guy. You know, don't lose him over your phrasing. You know, now you got this guy even parroting like, you know, whatever you're talking about. You know, he's not on the same page. And that's not a good dance partner make. Not a good dance partner make. Grammatically incorrect, correct. Can you dig it? Yeah. Lead your partner. Do-si-do. If it's a partner. Brothers and sisters. Allegedly. Possibly. Yeah.
Come to you or the district attorney's office and say, we want to talk to you about that statement and see if we could verify it. Did they ever do that?
Then I said to the police, they came back to me and asked me to verify whatever word you using. They never, I said what I said to them, that was it. I didn't hear nothing else from them until I was back in handcuffs.
Okay. Yesterday, you were shown State's Exhibit number 22CC. Could you help me out if you don't mind? Thank you. It should be the nitro. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. This is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Right.
Ms. Person. Perfect. Thank you. If you could just blow up the actual image. Mr. Copeland, if you were shown this yesterday, this should be State's Exhibit number 22CC is in Colette. And the state asked you about the vehicle, which should be on the left of your screen. And they identified it as a white Nitro, I believe. Do you remember this from yesterday by any chance?
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah.
Now, I just want to make sure the jurors know, and if you could make it small. This is not the Texaco gas station that you were shown pictures of with the Infiniti and the Pontiac and the gentleman walking into the convenience store. This is a totally different gas station. Do you recognize that?
I don't know what is it.
I just want to make sure that there was clarity. Do you know where this gas station is by any chance, just from looking around? Just from looking at 22CC?
You said, do I know the area?
Yeah, do you recognize that at all?
Yeah, I know the area.
Okay. Is that in the same area vicinity as the Texaco gas station that's next to the barber shop where Mr. Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the jurors weren't confused, or that we didn't confuse the jurors. Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Now, the state also showed you yesterday a photograph. It's 10cc, as in Colette. I'd like to show that again, and it is in evidence already, Your Honor. And if you could blow it up if you don't mind. Do you remember seeing this yesterday by any chance, Mr. Copeland? Remember being shown?
I don't see that.
Oh, it's not on your screen? It might be, it's behind you.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. And the gentleman in the white shirt, kind of in the center but left of the screen, do you know that person?
No, I don't know that person.
Okay.
Try with the white shirt or the black shirt. I don't know neither one of those.
Okay. That doesn't, being shown that yesterday by the district attorney?
Let me be clear.
Yes, sir.
I see him around, but I don't know him.
Okay, thank you. But that doesn't verify any of your statements to the police, does it?
Huh?
Objection, improper question, Your Honor.
I'm not sure he can answer that question.
Do you believe that by seeing that picture of that person, whoever it is, the person you see around sometimes, did that in any way verify what you
Mr.
told the
Steele,
police?
I mean, that's basically just, you put a do you believe in front of it, but what he believes about it isn't relevant.
Did the police ever do anything to show you, or the district attorney, to corroborate your statement to the police? I understand what you're saying, that it was made up, but did they ever do anything to say, to try to tie it to that person? Did the police ever do that to you? Or the district attorney's office?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't hear nothing about him.
Okay. All right. I want to talk with you about your statements to the police. That Jeffrey that you were with Jeffrey when you were getting calls from the police, okay? There was some discussion like that, and it's, Your Honor, is JW Jeffrey Williams 240T as in terrific, State's Exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's again June 10, 2015. This is at 9:50:35 a.m. to 9:51:48 a.m. I'm sorry. Of course. 9:50:35 a.m. 9:51:48 a.m. And if you hear this, Mr. Copeland, if I'm, just make sure that after you listen to it, I'm correct. You said, I'm like, don't worry about it, N. But anyway, long story short, the detective was calling my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. Detective said, Thug was right there. You said, yeah. You said, so I answered the phone and he looking at me like this, but I don't know what's going on. Detective says, why is he looking at you like that? You said, because he see me answering the phone for them. Detective said, but at what point does Thug have anything to say, nuts murder, to be looking at you in any kind of way? Like, don't worry about that, like this and that. And you said, I'm fixing to give it to you. Detective said, please, we've been waiting for months. You said, no, I ain't. Guess what? I heard he was trying to kill me, but I ain't. This is what happened. I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, this. I knew it was the detective calling. Detective said, the one that's handling the murder case? You said, no, different detective. Detective said, okay. You said, I thought one of them was you. My sister said that she described, you know what I mean? But she was just like a man. Detective said, right. So you said, so I just thought she was talking about you. Detective said, okay. You said, so she was like, detective's called. All right. So I answered the phone and he's right there. So I was like, yeah, indiscernible. So I don't know what that means. I couldn't understand it. This and that, man, they just talking to me. And he was just looking at me, but I ain't think, because I ain't did nothing. So I'm like, SHI blank. I'd like you to just listen to this if you don't mind and tell me if this is what you're saying, and I'd like to ask you some questions.
All right. Don't worry about it, nigga. But anyway, long story short, the terrorist was calling my phone. You know what I mean? And he was right there. Yeah. So I answered the phone. And he looked at me like this. So I don't know what's going on.
Why are you looking at you like that?
Because he see me answer the phone for him.
But at what point does Thug have anything to say about Nuts murder and to be looking at it any kind of way, like, don't worry about that? Like,
I'm gonna get to it.
please, we've been waiting months.
No, it ain't. Guess what? Well, I heard you touch him, but I ain't. This way. I answered the phone. Hello? Yeah, this I knew it was the detective call.
The one that's handling the murder case?
Nah, it was different detectives. I went on with you. My sister said that she described it. You know what I mean? But she was just like a man. I thought she was my too. So she was like, detective call Hylton. So I answered the phone, and he right there. So I'm like, yeah, this chemical company, what, this and that. And they just talking to me. And he just looking at me, but I ain't think he could. I ain't need that. So I'm like, shit, nigga.
Answer the phone.
Yeah.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that substantially right, according to what you just heard?
That what it sound like?
Did the police ever come to you, or the district attorney's office ever come to you and discuss with you whether or not anything about you were around Jeffrey when police are calling and his impression of it or reaction to it? They ever do anything to verify that, to your knowledge?
No, no.
It's made up, right?
But they said that their own mouth. You heard them in the investigation. You ain't giving us nothing. You bushing us. I mean, like they knew what I was doing. My stomach hurt bad, Judge. I feel like I had cramps.
Can I ask you a question? Okay. This is JW 241E as in Aaron, State's Exhibit number 378YA as in Elisa. This is January 11th, 2015. This is 4:13:31 a.m. to 4:13:59 a.m. And specifically, this is you telling Detective Thorpe that that you wanted to retaliate after the shooting of Donovan Thomas. People were shooting your family's homes. You want to retaliate, and Jeffrey telling you, don't do that, let 12 handle. Okay, just listen, okay?
Basically, like, she said, y'all did it. I had went down to the house and like see what's going on. Like, bro, these folks that can't shot this shit in my house. Like, for real. Yeah, like, oh, what I supposed to do, bro? Like, man, get started with, bro. Let 12 handle that. 12 deal with that. That's all he kept saying. Like, man, bro, you come out and let police handle that and deal with that, bro. These folks kill him. You know, man. Folks, he know them better than that. I mean, them folks, man. I don't.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard.
And is it fair to say that you told Detective Thorpe about 7-8 hours after the shooting of Donovan Thomas that Jeffrey's reaction to all this is let 12 handle?
Say it again.
Okay. Jeffrey's reaction when you were saying that people are shooting at your family's homes, God forbid, Jeffrey told you let 12 handle. That's what you told the police, right?
Now I tell the police anything to try to get them out my face.
And tell the jurors, if you don't mind, who is 12?
Who?
Who is 12?
Who is 12?
Yeah.
Shit, they know the police.
I want to talk with you about your statements to law enforcement. This is JW240U as in unbelievable. It states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. This is 10:58:11 a.m. to 10:58:46 a.m. This is again June 10th, 2015. And Mr. Copeland, just to orient you, this is where you're talking to the police about Jeffrey supposedly want to have you killed, okay?
Have who killed?
Remember that?
Have who killed?
You.
Me?
Yeah, that's what you told the police. I'm going to read it and then you tell me, well, I'm going to say what I think it said, but you correct us. You said, it ain't none of that. It ain't. This is what only thing when the police called, bruh, he's seen me talking to them and he just feel as I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just let y'all put one on me for murder. You know what I mean? That's what he want. Detective said, and Sam called and not saying nothing. And you said, that's what he wanted. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like I ain't even told my brother. I ain't tell nobody that this N is trying to have me killed. I ain't tell my baby mama, you know what I mean? Detective said, right. You said, it was a feeling like when Nut first died and everybody was coming, screaming my name, seeing how nervous and scared I was. If you could listen to it, if you don't mind.
It ain't none of that. It ain't just when all I'm saying, he just, when the police come out, bro, he seen me talking to him. And he just feel, and then I ain't supposed to say nothing. You know what I mean? He just want me to just let y'all put one of me for murder. I mean, that's what he want. And stand tall and not fake up. That's what he want. That's what I feel like deep inside my heart. Like, I just told my brother, I ain't tell nobody about something that he trying to kill. I ain't tell make more. I mean,
and then I'd like to play for you Jeffrey Williams 240W. As in wonderful, it states exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. It's at 10:58:50 a.m. to 10:59:09 a.m. So it's right after where we stopped. So it's really a continuation. And I'd like you to listen to this and focus on your statement that, you know what I mean? It was, I got scared to be around him, be told, the truth be told, I got scared. I told my baby mama, like you can call her now, man, we gotta go, man. I think that N Thug, like that night they shot at us. When I was telling you all that story, in my heart, I was like, darn, it says another word, that N Thug trying to get me killed, you know what I mean?
Right. I got scared, you know, be told, truth be told, I got scared. I told baby mom, now you calm down. Man, we gotta go, man. I think we do, like when that night they shot it, when I'm telling y'all the story with it, in my heart, I just like, man, Thug trying to get me killed. You know what I mean?
Did you hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, I heard it.
So in those two back-to-back recordings that we heard, the JW240U and the JW240W, on the first one, you said to the police that you ain't tell nobody that this N's trying to have me killed. I ain't tell my baby mama. And then in the second one, the JW240W, you said, truth be told, I got scared. I told my baby mama. Did the police ever ask you about that and push back and say, how do you say that?
How do you say what?
Yeah, that you didn't tell your child's mother and you did tell your child's mother. Did they ever do anything like that?
I think they just try to make me feel comfortable. Like they talk to me to try to make me feel comfortable to open up to them. So that's what I was thinking. I don't know. I telling people anything. I ain't care about getting caught up in a lie. But I was trying to be as convincing as possible.
Okay. I'd like to go into JW240V, as in victory. It states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015. Mr. Copeland's 10:20:39 a.m. to 10:21 even, or 10:21:00 a.m. And this, I'd like you to focus on what you're talking about with Valerie told you that Jeffrey wanted to set you up. And you said that, yeah, but see, Valerie got in the car. She was like, hey, bro, I'm going to tell you something. Don't say nothing. You know what I mean? Like, what's up? She like, Thug, this and that and that. And I'm like, detective said, no. And then you said, now I'm like, what you mean? And she like, don't trust this N, bruh. You know what I mean? He trying to set you up, talking about every time I go out, I got out of jail, something got shot up. Detective says, uh-huh. Can you listen to that for me?
All right.
Thank you.
But see, Valerie got in the car, she's like, hey bro, I'm gonna tell you something, I'm saying that. You know what I mean? I'm like, what's up? She's like, Thug, this and this, this. I'm like, no, it's nah, what you mean? She like, I didn't don't trust this nigga, bro. You know what I mean? They be trying to set you up. Somebody every time I got in jail, someone got shot up.
So you're saying every time you got out of jail, something got shot up. That's what you're telling the police, right?
That's what I told the police.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
And that Valerie told you don't trust Jeffrey. Remember that?
That's what I said.
Yeah. And did the police ever come to you, or did you get any information from Valerie or someone else at the police or the prosecution ever tried to verify that that conversation occurred with Valerie?
After this interview right here, I went to the feds probably like 2-3 weeks later. I haven't heard anything from about this interview all the way up until they brought me in this trial.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything about no investigation all the way up until this trial.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the police or the prosecution ever just simply go to Valerie and say, did this happen?
Yeah, it's I don't know.
I'd like to show you what the prosecution showed you yesterday. It states exhibit number 60W, as in wonderful, A as in Elisa. It's timestamp 208. Ms. Knight, do you mind helping me? Thank you. you remember seeing this yesterday, Mr. Copeland, this photograph that Ms. Hilton showed you?
Yeah.
And she said, and you verified that that's Valerie, remember that?
I think it's up.
How does, if in your, from your understanding, how does showing you State's Exhibit number 60WA verify that Valerie had a conversation with you in a car that don't trust Jeffrey?
Objection, Your Honor, improper question, speculation.
I'm not asking you to
Vague.
speculate.
Vague.
Okay. Can you tell us, tell the jury, how showing you State's Exhibit 60WA verified anything that you said to the police on June 10th,
Objection.
2015?
Objection vague, and it's the same question. Just reframe.
Sustained.
Besides that being a photograph or an image of a video, what does that picture mean to you that you were shown yesterday?
That she was dirty as hell back in the day.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'd like to go into JW24X as an X-ray, that states exhibit number 378YE as an errand, June 10, 2015, from 4:13:34 p.m. to 4:14:46 p.m. Specifically, Detective Dennis asked you, what does Birdman have to do with all of this? And you answered, Birdman's quiet. Detective Dennis said, he don't tell them to calm down. You said, Birdman, he don't talk in front of us. Detective Dennis said, he don't. You all like that? And you said, but he like, yeah, he right there. He talked to me a lot, but it don't be about nothing. Detective Dennis said, small talk. You said, yeah. What the H, this N talking about? Detective Dennis then I can't understand what he's saying. Then you say, it sound like it. Detective Dennis said, you think so? You said, I don't think he did it. I don't know. Detective Dennis said, so with all this stuff with Nut, what was his reaction to it? Meaning Birdman. You said, from me to you, he was trying to pay them to keep quiet. Detective Dennis asked you, pay who to keep quiet? You said them. Detective Dennis said, who is them? You said Nuts folks. Detective Dennis said, oh, just go about their business? You said, yep. Detective Dennis, here, take this, shut the HELL up, leave it alone. You said, I think it was 200,000. Detective Dennis said, a payoff. You said, I heard that right my own ears. Detective Dennis said, who he supposedly paid to? And you said, Fly. Detective Dennis said, who's Fly? You said, the man who owned the TIG. It's kind of a way y'all can just man, if you don't mind listening to this.
What does Birdman have to do with all this?
Birdman quiet.
He don't tell him to calm down?
Man, Birdman, nah, he don't talk for him.
He don't know y'all like that.
He won't be right there. He talk to me a lot, but it don't be about that. It's just
Small talk.
yeah, what the hell this nigga talking about?
Does he get it?
It sounds like
You think so?
I don't think he get it. I don't know.
So with all the stuff with Nut, what was his reaction to it?
Comedian, I'm trying to pay them to keep quiet.
Pay who to keep quiet?
Damn.
Who is that?
Bad folks.
Oh, let's go about that business.
Yeah.
Here, take this, shut the hell up, leave it alone.
I think it was 200,000.
Pay off.
I heard it by my own ears.
Who is supposed to pay it to?
Fly.
Who's Fly?
The man who owned the TIG.
Copeland, what I said, was that fairly accurate to what you told the Detective Dennis?
I tell the police anything.
Sure. Did the police ever come to you, the district attorney's office, and ever discuss with you anything to, let's corroborate this?
All the way up to this point, even today, they never sat down and asked me nothing about nothing I said in the interviews.
I'm the first one to do this.
Yeah, you the only one that did this to me.
Did you bring up Birdman or did Detective Dennis bring up Birdman?
I think he did.
And then you just started talking about him, like you.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Like you've been telling the jurors.
He bring up your name. I'm gonna have something for you.
I want to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams 240Y, as in yesterday, State's Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron. It's June 10, 2015 again. Interrogation. It's from 10:23 a.m. to 10:51 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, if you can listen to this and tell us if this is you talking about Jeffrey was going to buy the gun that was found at the Dunbar Recreational Center for $1,000, if this is what you talked about with the police, okay?
So when I got the gun, I got it from Greenville. So I went up to the pub to go play baseball, but I waiting on them to come get it. So waiting on who to come get it? Legit. So his brother pulled up. I mean, yeah, you talking about the big Keanu with the Cleave. Okay. His brother pulled up to get it. I mean, they like, thug gonna give me $1,000 for it. I mean, so I was just looking at the gun. But I don't know, he is.
It's going to be my same question. Anything besides what you told the police to verify that Jeffrey was going to buy a gun for $1,000 at the Dunbar Recreational Center gun?
They didn't even believe me.
Miss Hylton asked you yesterday towards the end of your testimony with her. She said, but all you were talking about were people, the only people committed crimes was Jeffrey and other people maybe here, like Little D and Nard, etc. Do you remember that type of question that she asked you?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan took out, put $25,000? What
you saying?
Okay. Nard, etc. Do you remember that type of question that she asked you?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Type of question that she asked you?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan took out, put $25,000 to kill Tay? Remember telling him that?
Yeah, I told the police that. Told you, I wanted them to believe I knew information and that they can rely on me. That's my whole motive when they were questioning me. If they go for it and they let me walk away, you got to catch me on the back end.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Rich Homie Quan would buy guns for YFN Lucy and his people and store them?
I can't tell the police nothing that's going on in some with people that I'm not around. So it's self-explanatory that I made it up.
Did the police ever come to you or the prosecution, meaning the district attorney's office, and say, hey, we want to go over what you said to see if we could verify it?
No, I haven't heard anything until this trial. Only person come talk to me is Ms. Hylton. But I can't, like, she asked me, have I heard some calls? She let me hear the calls. Like, I don't recall her asking me specific questions.
Okay. I'd like to play for you Jeffrey Williams 244A as an Elisa. It's a January 28th, 2015. Interview at 7:23:53 through 7:24:16, and it's on those. It's on the issue about Rich Homie Quan putting $25,000 to kill Tay. Okay.
All right.
Rich Homie Quan supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Quan told him this out of his mouth. Yeah.
Then reach on the corner like you got 25,000 hair, take killed. It's a
Take from the picture you just showed me.
Nah, tell you who just got shot the other night.
Oh, in the car over
Yeah.
there. Okay.
He had 25,000 hair, take killed.
Who did?
Just reach on the corner shit. Cause he was telling me. So I'm telling reach on the corner like, but
And then Jeffrey Williams, 244B. It's about Rich Homie Quan buying guns and storing them for YFN Lucy and his people. This is January 28, 2015. It's 9:07:17 p.m. to 9:07:26 p.m.
now that Rich Homie Quan buying the guns for this.
Is that it? Okay. And Mr. Copeland, this is just the same thing you've been saying the whole time, right? You're just going to talk about me. If the police bring me up or want to know, you're just going to be a fountain of information, so they let you go.
Man, this is crazy, man. Like, throughout my whole life with interacting with the police, they never believed nothing I said. I don't have a clue why they even got me in here. You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
I'd like to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams, number 240Z, as in zebra, it states exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron, June 10, 2015. It's 1:16:56 p.m. to 1:17:36.
And that part right there, brothers and sisters, is, he does have to be careful. We talked about that. Brother still has to be careful opening up and asking too broad of a question, like right there. And then Professor Woody goes off on a little tangent, but that's not what you want him to say. They don't, out of my whole career, they never believe anything I say. Well, wait a minute now. Even Professor Woody has said he finesses them, he gets them to believe, he's going to tell them anything they want to hear to get them to believe. So now to say, like, they never believe him is a stretch, right? They never believe you, Never? Really? I mean, you're a master finesser, you're Professor Woody, we stamped you that. Now they never believe you. But again, it's Brother Steele that we're really talking about right now. Boxing Professor Woody in, but do it in such a way that the dance is seamless, that you have the ability and certainly has experience in the courtroom. He knows the law. He knows what he's trying to do. But you got a different dance partner right now. I'm not, it's quite interesting that he hasn't seen, he should have faced these types of dance partners plenty of times. Right? It's not his first time at this club, is it? You wouldn't think so. So then you're looking for a different level of expertise, then, looking for a different level of panache, for sure. Yeah, you shouldn't be having this long of a cross-examination with Professor Woody, and he's still talking about, I don't understand what you're saying. And there was a good point, a good exchange when Professor Woody got to the point of saying, hey, to bring up your name, I have something for you, right? That was a nice few seconds of back and forth, but it wasn't because Brother Steele had upgraded. It was that Professor Woody is starting to catch on, right, to what the context of the words are, but it's not that Brother Steele has, transformed his communication. He still corroborate, he still verify, he's still using these words without adapting. So if it wasn't for Professor Woody adapting, we're still, in the same power struggle. But again, we shouldn't be this late in the game and we just heard him say again, he don't even know the guy talking about sometimes. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's not the goal at all. It's not the goal. You want it to be simply said, this is what you said on videotape. You were lying. Yes. So when you're in there, you're not telling the truth. No. So therefore, you don't have anything to say negatively about these guys out here, including especially my client, Jeffrey Williams? No. So you didn't see him do it? No. I mean, you want to get to that. So the jury has that takeaway. No, no, it's not the guy. I just made the junk up. You're right. And you know why I did it. I told you why I did it. Simple, strong, right? Just putting stamps on it. And just for agenda's sake, brothers and sisters, we do appreciate you being here. Don't forget Miss Love and Miss Hylton. They're going back and forth with each other, sitting there for a reason. It's not just that they're disgusted at certain things, but it's because they know Sister Hylton does get a chance to redirect. So after the defense, all of the defense, does their thing, the state still has, because it's their witness, they still have a right to get up and cross-examine, to examine Professor Woody further. So when you bring a witness like they brought, this is their witness, so the defense has a chance to cross-examine, and then the state has an opportunity, if they so choose, to question him again on the things, like rebuttal type things, things that were brought up by the defense, things that they might find were not consistent. And that is where you'll still see the danger for Professor Woody on the issue of perjury. Because they're sitting there saying, no, he didn't, yes, he did, no, he didn't, yes, he did. Well, there's still that perjury aspect. So it's not that he's out the woods by any shape of the imagination. And he has to face other styles of cross-examination from those other defense attorneys. Good cop, bad cop, if you will. Wrong time to have stomach hurting. He better stay close to his attorney, though, and mind his P's and Q's, as they used to say. We appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a good day. Rhodes.
I'd like to talk with you about Jeffrey Williams, number 240Z, as in zebra, State's Exhibit number 378YE, as in Aaron, June 10, 2015. It's 1:16:56 p.m. to 1:17:36 p.m. You said, you know what I mean? This N, you know what he did to me? He gave me $300,000 to hold, and he left and came back. Detective Dennis said, and you ain't get none of that? And you said, I don't care about money. I don't. Detective Gayfer said, you care about some money. And Detective Dennis said, you kind of dissing yourself, man. And you said, listen, the N would give me money.
What is N?
N-I-G-G.
Oh, nigga.
You feel what I'm saying? I didn't need nothing. I didn't. Detective Gayfer said, how much? You said, but when I went to jail, he didn't help me. Detective Gayfer said,
shout out to Brother Steele. Shout out to Brother Steele. Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
you just said the most amount of money Thug Dunn gave you. Detective Dennis said $300,000. And you said, but he left with you 300. This is Detective Dennis, and I guess came back and gave you 1,000 and you were good. I just want you to hear that and make sure that's what it said.
I mean, you know, he did me. Yeah, $300,000. The whole. He left. Came back.
And you ain't get none of it.
I don't care about money. I don't. You care about some money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me, you just said the most amount of money girl gave me.
But he left you with 300, and I guess he came back and gave you a 1,000 again. You were good.
You hear that, Mr. Copeland?
Mm-hmm.
And the police are telling you, you're not making any sense, right? They're saying that to you, right?
Right.
They know, you believe, they know this is all just try to make them give them something they need to let you go. Right?
Objection is speculation.
That's what you're doing. Don't speculate about anyone else. That's what you're doing, right?
They know that. Dennis know it, Gaitner know it.
And there's no picture of you with $300,000. You're not saying that's true. You just said that to the police, right?
If I had $300,000, you know, it would have been pictures, videos, and everything. The whole world would have seen it.
Okay. I'd like to go through with you Jeffrey Williams, or JW 241F as in Fox, States Exhibit number 378YA as in Elisa. This is January 11th, 2015. So this is, 7-8 hours after Mr. Thomas was, God forbid, shot. It's 3:14:24 a.m. to 3:14:29 a.m. And I want you to hear and listen for whether you said this. I never had a problem with Nut. Me and Nut ain't never had two words with each other. Me and Nut was always okay. You know what I'm saying? The only person I ever had a problem with was Cal. Just tell me if that's what is being said.
I never had a problem with nothing. Me and Nut ain't never had two words to each other. Me and Nut was always okay. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Mr. Copeland, what I said, that was fairly accurate?
What you say?
What I said when I asked you to listen for it, that was accurate? That was?
We heard.
Okay. And actually, a little time before January 6, 2015, I'm using that date for when you got into that fight at Club Crucial. You know what I'm talking about? When Shell Cal and other people jumped on you with your eye. You know what I'm talking about?
You know I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So before that date, before January 6, 2000.
That's still interesting. We know that's a touchy subject, Professor Woody. It gets to him, right? Saying he got beat, saying, all that. It's a touchy subject for him because it goes against his, ego, his persona, right? Because let's say he got jumped. So he hates talking about it. He hates people referring to it. And brother still hit him right out the gate yesterday with it and used the term beat, right? So he's revisiting it and he does it softer, but he's still pushing the button. And Professor Woody responds, like he just did. Now, the question is, what do you think of that though? Why would Brother Steele revisit in that way, knowing he's going to get that type of response? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to unbalance him? Are they not together? Did he already get what he wanted? Now he's pushing for something different. The dance is now over. Now I'm just, going to rowdy you to get some extra something. What's really up his sleeve right now? Because he's revisiting something he knows is a touchy subject with Professor Woody.
For when you got into that fight at Club Crucial, you know what I'm talking about? When Shell Cal and other people jumped on you with your eye. You know what I'm talking about?
You know I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So before that date, before January 6, 2015, you stole from Mr. Donovan Thomas's Tahoe vehicle his cellular telephone, his identification, his chain, his nut chain, and his wallet. Is that true?
I gave it back to him.
Okay. I'm going to get there, I promise you. And what happened was Mr. Donovan Thomas called his own cell phone and you answered it and made arrangements to give him back his property. Fair to say?
Sound like that.
And when he came to get his property, he came with other people in other cars, right?
Sound like that.
And they had guns.
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Well, he's asking the question of whether Mr. Copeland knows, so I'll overrule that.
What going on?
Did they have guns that you saw?
Yeah,
And shortly after that, you learned that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. True?
Objection and proper character of the victim.
Sustained.
You knew that Donovan Thomas and others made statements that you heard that they were going to hurt you.
Objection, Your Honor, assume effects on the evidence and improper character evidence.
Sustained.
Did you ever listen to Donovan Thomas have a meeting with others where they discussed you?
yeah, I was told.
And you were actually listening, and there was a person named Maurice or Mo who was in prison on the call as well, right?
I don't know. I don't know who somebody came back and told me.
Okay. And you understood that Donovan
Brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters. Yeah, we just ran into some serious storms. Yeah, we got big storms happening right now. Hope you're safe wherever you are. We lost power, so we're doing the backup generator type of thing right now. Stormy storm. Hope you're safe. Okay, we're gonna pick back up a little bit before we left off. So I hope everybody's safe. No power. Running a backup. Some Duracell batteries. Just for you. Rhodes.
What I said, that was very accurate. Did you see what I said when I asked you to listen for it? That was accurate. That was
We heard it.
okay. And actually, a little time before January 6, 2015, I'm using that date for when you got into that fight at Club Crucial. You know what I'm talking about? When Shell Cal and other people jumped on you with your eye. You know what I'm talking about?
You know I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So before that date, before January 6, 2015, you stole from Mr. Donovan Thomas's Tahoe vehicle his cellular telephone, his identification, his chain, his nut chain, and his wallet. Is that true?
I gave it back to him.
Okay. I'm going to get there, I promise you. And what happened was Mr. Donovan Thomas called his own cell phone and you answered it and made arrangements to give him back his property. Fair to say?
Sound like that.
And when he came to get his property, he came with other people in other cars, right?
Sound like that.
And they had guns.
Objection, assuming facts not evidence.
Well, he's asking the question of whether Mr. Copeland knows, so I'll overrule that.
What going on?
Did they have guns that you saw?
Yeah.
And shortly after that, you learned that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. True?
Objection, improper character of the victim.
Sustained.
You knew that Donovan Thomas and others made statements that you heard that they were going to hurt you.
Objection, Your Honor, assuming facts not evidence and improper character evidence.
Sustained.
Did you ever listen to Donovan Thomas have a meeting with others where they discussed you?
Yeah, I was told.
And you were actually listening, and there was a person named Maurice or Mo who was in prison on the call as well, right?
I don't know. I don't know who somebody came back and told me.
Okay. And you understood that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you. Is that true?
Objection, assuming facts not into evidence.
Sustained.
Did you believe, come around January 10th, 2015, that Donovan Thomas and others were going to hurt you? Did you believe that?
Same objection and relevance of what his beliefs were.
I think it goes to his state of mind on the day that Mr. Thomas was killed.
Overrule.
What you asked?
Did you believe that on the date that Donovan Thomas was killed, that he and others, his friends, were going to had a plan to hurt you physically.
I was told that.
Okay. So when you told the police on January 11, 2015, that you and Nut ain't never had any words, never had a problem, your only problem was with Kel, you just didn't want to tell the police about that, right?
Say that again?
You did not share with the police what you believed to be a problem that Donovan Thomas was and his friends were trying to hurt you. You didn't share that with Detective Thorpe, did you?
I don't know.
You told Detective Thorpe that you never had a problem with no, Mr. Thomas, right? We just heard that.
That's what I told him.
Okay. I want to go into what you have been told by law enforcement. I'm going to do it all from January 10th of 2015. And I want you to listen to these. I want you to listen. This is JW 240AA, Elisa, States Exhibit number 378YE. It's June 10, 2015. It's 1:15 p.m. to 1:51 p.m. and tell the jury if this is accurate. You said, it is though, I sat right here. You know what I mean? I promise I wouldn't back out for nothing. You know what I mean? Detective says, I'ma find out. You said, like I said, man, if that was to keep me out of jail and y'all can help me, I promise you, want Birdman, Kente, any of them, I will go right there and do what I have to do, right? I am good with anybody. You know, even though all this SHI blank going on, you know, and detective says, you mean, right? And you said, I put it on my mama's soul. I mean it. I want you to listen to this, okay?
I promise I'm gonna back out next. I mean, like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and if y'all help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up Birdman, can't say and one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Now, even though all this shit going on, I mean, it was 2015, 1:16 p.m. You made that, right? Put it on my own soul, I mean.
Now, did you hear Detective Gaither say June 10, 2015, 1:16 p.m.? You mean that right? And you said, I put on my mama's soul. She's saying that what you said, that you're going to help them. You'll do anything to get out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. I want to go back in time, same day, but this is going to be 9:45 a.m. So about 4 hours before, 3 hours before. This is JW 240B as in Barry, B as in Barry, States Exhibit number 378YE as in Aaron. This is 9:45, 19 a.m. to 9:48, 39 a.m. And it's Detective Cunning, not detective, Special Agent with the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, Explosive, Cunningham. She's a female, and she says, and I want you to make sure that it's accurate. She says, okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know that you got a gun today, so you can't even dispute that. I don't even want you to try because you're just going to be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. You said no, and there's overlapping conversation, meaning multiple people speaking. The ATF agent Cunningham says, me and investigator Gaither, but the gun today, the one we listen to this, okay?
I promise I'm gonna back out next. I mean, I'm find out. Like I said, man, if they was to keep me out of jail and if y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, Birdman, can't say every one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Now, you know, all this shit going on. I didn't live it up 2015, 1:16 p.m. You mean that, right? Put on my own soul, I mean.
Now, did you hear Detective Gaither say June 10, 2015, 1:16 p.m.? You mean that right? And you said, I put on my mama's soul. She's saying that what you said, that you're going to help them. You'll do anything to get out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. I want to go back in time, same day, but this is going to be 9:45 a.m. So about 4 hours before, 3 hours before. This is JW 240B as in Barry, B as in Barry, States Exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron. This is 9:45, 19 a.m. to 9:48, 39 a.m. And it's Detective Cunningham, not detective, special agent with the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, explosive, Cunningham. She's a female, and she says, and I want you to make sure that it's accurate. She says, okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know that you got a gun today, so you can't even dispute that. I don't even want you to try because you're just going to be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. You said no, and there's overlapping conversation, meaning multiple people speaking. The ATF agent Cunningham says, me and investigator Gaither, but the gun today, the one we found today in the apartment, meaning when you were arrested from your apartment on June 10, 2015. You said, ATF agent Cunningham said, now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not you go, when you go, do your time. There's no parole. There is no what it is. And then Detective Gaither says, early release. And then Agent Cunningham says, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So whatever you do, and then you say, darn, but you said a different word, my head hurt. Agent Cunningham said, I'll go back and tell the United States attorney that's assigned to this case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was a lie. He's continuing to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So before we can even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I've never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. If you do lies, I don't, because I got too much other stuff to do and would hate to have to go back and tell the U.S. attorney, but he's lying. He's full of crap. It's up to you. You said, before I lie, then there's a lot of people talking. Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You said, before I lie, Agent Cunningham said, let me finish. I think it's a 3 or 4 time convicted felon you are. How many felonies do you have? Detective Gaither said, about 3, don't you? Agent Cunningham said, you got 3. Detective Gaither said, about 3 or 4. You said, talking about what? Agent Cunningham said, how many felonies do you have? You said, what am I on probation for? Agent Cunningham said, how many convictions are felonies? Detective Gaither said, it's around 3. You said, I don't know. Agent Cunningham said, let's just assume it's 3, okay? I'm fixing to tell you right now, you have heard of the armed career criminal. You said, you're not going to worry about me lying. Agent Cunningham said, you have heard of armed career criminal with 3 while you're sitting here now. And how old are you? You said 23. Agent Cunningham said 23. You got 15 years off the top. And that's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is. And possession by a convicted felon is 5 years twice. That's 10. So we're talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You're looking at what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious. You said, I told you it's getting. Detective Gaither said, I told you it's getting real. Detective Gaither said, nobody has time for the bull crap. You said, I told you it's getting real. I knew it. I tried. Agent Cunningham said, that's not including whatever conspiracies you're involved in. Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a bad ASS and treat you bad, I'd probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl, a beautiful baby girl. I want you to listen to it. And this is all at the early in the morning, 9:45 a.m., okay?
Okay, I need you to listen. You know you're a felon. You know you got that gun today. Today, so you can't even dispute that. So I don't even want you to try because you're just gonna be wasting my time and yours too. And let me finish. You just investigated with the gun today. Today, the one we found today in the apartment. Now, when it comes to the federal system, it's not no, you go do your time and there's no parole. There is no, what is it? I mean, no early release. You may get good behavior, but that's only like, you get nothing. And they typically don't let you stay in Atlanta. They might ship you off somewhere clear across the country. So, whatever you do, I go back and tell the U.S. attorney that's assigned to your case, this is what he did to help himself out. It pans out. Or I can go back and tell her, this is what he said. We found out it was lies. He continued to play games. The judge do what they want to do. So what I'm trying to tell you before we even get started, especially while I'm sitting here, everything is on you because I've never talked to you before. So with me, you almost get a clean slate to help yourself. I don't do lies. I just don't because I got too much other stuff to do. And I would hate to have to go back and tell any U.S. attorney, you know what, he just lying and he's full of crap. It's up to you, Mr. Copeland. You are I think, is it a 3 or 4 times convicted felon? How many felons do you have?
About 3, don't you?
You have 3?
About 3 or 4. Right.
How many felonies do you have?
Is it what I'm on probation for?
How many convictions that are felonies do you have? Is it 3 or 4?
It's around there, yeah. I don't know.
Okay, let's just assume it's 3, okay? I'm going to tell you right now. With 3, have you ever heard of armed career criminal?
No, I read about me lying.
Have you ever heard of armed career criminal? With 3, where you sitting at now, and you how old? 23. You get 15 years off the top. Off the top. That's before you even get into the time for whatever your charge is, and possession by convicted felon is 5 years. Twice is 10. So we talking about 15 plus 10 on top of that. You're looking at, what, 48 years old? That's what you're looking at. This is serious.
I told you.
Nobody has time for the bull crap.
I told you it's getting real. Did I not? I knew it. I tried to.
That's not including whatever conspiracies you involved in. Mr. Copeland, if I really wanted to be a badass and treat you bad, I would probably throw the book at you and wouldn't think twice about it. You got a baby girl, beautiful baby girl.
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that fair, what they were telling you? They being the federal Agent Cunningham and Detective Gaither, Detective Gaither?
What happened?
Is that pretty much what they're telling you? 48 years of age, you got federal charges, 25 years off the top?
Yeah, she was lying too.
But that's what you believed at the time, right?
Yes.
And that motivated you to tell the police anything they wanted to hear to get you home, right?
I was always gonna do that, but it just like it scared me more.
I want to go into Jeffrey Williams 240, JW 240 CC as Colette. It states exhibit number 378. Y, E as in Aaron. It's again June 10th. Same interview, 2015. This is a little later. This is 12:08, 22 to 12:10.
Shout out to Brother Steele for using his wife's name when he does the C's. Colette. That's pretty cool.
I want to go into Jeffrey Williams 240, JW 240CC as Colette. It states exhibit number 378. Y, E as in Aaron. It's again June 10th. Same interview, 2015. This is a little later. This is 22 to 12:10:50. And on this one, you said, man, so what can I do? I don't know why. I'll do whatever, man. I'll wear a camera. Detective said, listen to me. I'll do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that, said Detective Gaither. I'll do whatever, man. I promise to God, man. Detective said, I'm glad you mentioned that because last Thursday, Miss Kim Dammers is a United States attorney, like the head person for the federal prison system. And I basically broke down to her everything we had so far in your case, all of them, shootings, all of this, all right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't think you're a main target because you are the target for them. What we want, the top guys that's calling the shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get the big fish, you got to dangle small fish in front of them for them to come, for the fish to come. So is that something you want to do? Because our case is sealed with you. Like it's not, of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your fate at this point, Detective Dennis said, you're done. Detective Gaither said, you're cooked. The only thing that may possibly help you is helping yourself by speaking what you know. You said, I just. Then Detective Gaither said, right. And then, but that's Shannon. And Detective Dennis said, he's on the same level as you. Detective Gaither said, basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Detective Dennis said, he's a small fish. You said, I know what y'all want to throw. Detective Gaither said, like, he's a gopher, you understand? And that's why he's less. In my opinion, he's less than you with your status, in my opinion. And you said, so what do I need to do? And Detective Gaither said, I want to know what the FUC blank thug doing. I want to know what the F thug doing. Oh, I want to know what the F, goddamn, excuse my language. Where is his money from? If they got to get Birdman, we want to talk about the darn, or it says, damn, Wayne Bus. I want to play that for you. Tell me if this is what you were told.
So what did I do to make it straight up? I don't know, man. I do whatever, man. I don't know. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I do whatever, man. I promise God, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because last Thursday, Miss Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal system. And I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang the small fish in front of them to come.
our case is sealed with you. Like, it's not, of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your case, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right. But you know what? That's not Shannon.
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Like you said, he a gopher. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what your status is. Right. I want to know what the fuck Thug doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where his money is from. If they gotta get to Birdman, you will talk about damn Wayne Bus.
Fair what I said, Mr. Copeland?
This what it sound like.
You knew before going in that law enforcement, they made it clear to you, this happens to be recorded, but they made it clear to you that they wanted Jeffrey Williams, you to give information on Jeffrey Williams, right?
Yeah.
And the only way that you were going to avoid, in your opinion, what you were told, pretty much the rest of your life in prison, is that how you understood it? Was to give information on Jeffrey Williams and others. True?
Really, just him.
And it was a lie, wasn't it?
What you mean?
Jeffrey Williams didn't do these things that you're telling the police.
But I told y'all that.
All right, let's take a break.
Well, just ask, how do you feel about brothers, sisters? I mean, we get to a point where it's a very impactful moment. And maybe brother still wanted some follow-up questions right there. Did she motion to brother still at all? Let's watch that again, and I'm gonna tell you why. Let's just check that out for a second.
And it was a lie, wasn't it?
What you mean?
Jeffrey Williams didn't do these things that you're telling the police.
But I told y'all that.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that, brothers and sisters. I'm not okay with that. Check it out again.
Police.
But I told y'all that.
It was a lie, wasn't it?
What you mean?
Jeffrey Williams didn't do these things that you're telling the police.
But I told y'all that.
All right.
So you dig it. I mean, that's a pivotal, capital point that Brother Steele has finally gotten to right there. And the moment he gets there, Speedy Whitaker says, let's take a break. Wow. Hey, we certainly have to point that out to you, brothers and sisters. Now, you take it for what it's worth. Maybe it helps the jury. You know, sometimes good can come from bad, right? But we certainly want to point that out, brothers and sisters, that we finally get to this moment. Brother Steele gets to the moment. Oh, this is a lie about Jeffrey Williams. He didn't. I mean, we get there and then, well, let's get out of here. Let's take a break. You know, why was her impulse to do it right then at such a great moment for the defense? Like a love scene, when you get right to a certain moment, go to commercial. No, man, you want to play that out for a second, right? Lord have mercy. Can you dig it? I mean, hey, man, I mean, it's the final seconds of the game and tie ball game, and the next bucket wins, right? I mean, you get to that moment, and then all of a sudden, Somebody's out of there. Whoa, we gotta see what's happening here. You know, what's going on? So, certainly again something to acknowledge. We appreciate you being here. We are still in the middle of thunderstorms where I am and where we're broadcasting from. Power is out. We're using the funky the Duracell batteries. Yeah, generate it up just to keep it going for you. Lots of fun. Hoping you're safe, and if you're a part of any storms your way, hope you and your family are safe and prepared. If not, tough it out. Keep everybody safe. Spend some time together. Tell some jokes. Maybe even one of those romance scenes, huh? Thank you for being with us. Apologize for that, brothers and sisters. Like I said, it's storming. Apologize for that. All right, let's jump ahead. Due to our wonderful analysis breaks, we'll be able to bypass that break they're having. So let's do that now. Let's get to the other side of the break. Yeah, if I was in the courtroom, Sister Hylton would have said, God bless you. You know, she does that, don't you know? Shout out to Sister Hylton. All right. We're rolling, baby. Bypassing breaks like we do. Lots of fun. Thank you for being with us. Rhodes.
Today. So if we can go maybe about 45 more minutes or so, and then at least let them go for the day after that. All right. And if they're ready, I think they are. Let's get Mr. Copeland and get them back and try to make some more progress.
Not for nothing, but you know, our theory has been, right? The more and more she lets this go on, she's going to be looking in the mirror saying, where'd that wrinkle come from? Where'd that gray hair come from? And you can see it in her face. Rhodes. I mean, we called it. We called it. This is way more than what you thought it was going to be. And the stress, it's showing. Because you couldn't do what you thought you were going to be able to do. It's a mess. But hey, you didn't want the mistrial for your various reasons. So now you get what you get. And the more you look in the mirror, the more you're going to say, hey, why'd I do this to myself? Rhodes. And I still say it's not cool that she chooses not to stand for the jurors. So you know, Brother Glanville stood consistently. Speedy. Yeah, okay. You show all that on your campaign tour. Show you sitting for the jury when the other folks stood. Even Glanville, as we just said, but keep in mind, his rank is higher than hers. And he stood. Even Glanville, as we just said. Even Glanville, as we... Shout out to Brother Glanville, standing for the jury. I'm just saying. Even Glanville. But Speedy can't stand. Okay. Well, you know. Even Glanville. That's right. I said it.
You right?
Boy, I tell you, Professor Woody and those stenographers, court reporters. First it was Miss Weaver, now it's yeah. He got his little way with the yeah. Go ahead, Professor Woody. You know, probably the bottom line is you have nice ladies, you know, both of them, Miss Weaver and sister here, you know. I mean, it's something when you catch every word, right? I mean, every word. You're part of the process the way that they are. And you're seeing what he's going through. And, you know, and she may be good friends with Weaver, so, you know, they have connection. But, you know, from here, just chalking it up as nice people, you know, both of the court reporters, they see a better side of Professor Woody, you know? You know. We'll chalk it up to that. At least.
You right?
Break a little early, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Copeland, I would like to discuss with you Jeffrey Williams, JW 240DD, David States Exhibit number 378, YE as in Aaron, that's at 11:52:04 a.m. to 11:52:28 a.m. And what it specifically, I believe, says, and then you tell us if I'm wrong or correct, that you said, because right now, I just need help. If y'all can promise, y'all could help me, I promise. and then there's some break. I don't understand what's being said. And then you say, I'll sit here, tell y'all everything I done heard and everything I done saw and everything I can tell y'all, stuff that y'all can go get. You know what I mean? Like, and then Detective Dennis said, are you willing to do that though? And you said, I promise I'll do it right now. I can show y'all houses. Y'all can go bust your head right at the spot. I don't care, man. I just want y'all to protect. Detective Dennis says, what do you want out of it? You said, me, my baby girl. Excuse me, I said that wrong. Me and my baby and my girl. Can you listen to it for us?
Because right now, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all can help me, I promise you, bro. I'm gonna sit right here and tell y'all everything I done heard, everything I done saw, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all can go get. Same thing. Like,
Are you willing to do that though?
I promise I'll do it right now to show y'all how I can y'all go bust everybody's spot. I don't care. I just want y'all to
What do you want out of it?
Mr. Copeland, what I said, was that fairly accurate of what you just heard?
That's what I just heard.
Okay. And then the last one I want to focus on for this series is Jeffrey Williams number or JW 240EE, Aaron, that states exhibit number 378YE. It's the June 10th, 2015 meeting, interrogation with the police. And now it's a little early. It's 10:01:46 a.m. to 10:01:59 a.m. And you said something to the effect of, I hate jail, man. And I'm just saying darn, but it says another word. I let an N get me sent away for man, them N's trying to kill me and my child, bruh, I ain't. And then he talking about killing me, bruh. Listen, I'm a tell you anything. Okay, if you could just listen to this for us.
You know what they did to me?
Tell us. Tell us.
After January the 10th, people started shooting at me and my family.
Brothers and sisters, that's a big moment right there. Brother still says, tell me. I mean, that's just wide open. And we talked about keeping Professor Woody in a box. So he's rolling the dice right now. He's really rolling the dice that allowing Professor Woody to go right now, wherever he wants to take it, it's going to all work out. He's not going to say something that hurts the defense. This is not a controlled moment from what we know, unless there's something else at work. He's just let the door open and said, say whatever you want. That's a heck of a thing. I mean, just imagine this is the state's key witness, and they've twisted this thing in such a degree that even the defense is saying to the state's key witness, hey, say whatever you want to say. Go ahead, just tell us. Think about that. That's heavy, baby. That's heavy. I mean, hey, if I'm trying to convict someone and I bring a witness, right, my key witness, and you're telling my key witness to talk, well, my key witness, you would think, is going to just use that opportunity to say everything great about me. Let's just look at politics, right? Let's say, you're trying to run the campaign for Hillary Clinton, let's say, and somebody says, well, hey, just tell us anything you want about Hillary. Okay. How much time do I have? I'm the campaign manager. I got 100 great things to say. I'm, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, right? So if you're running against Hillary, do you really want me to just be able to say all those things? So if you're willing to let, you're paying for this airtime, right? You're going to let me say great things, whatever I want? No, you're gonna control me, right? You don't want me to say these great things. So this is in real time. Very interesting moment. Let's see how it goes. Thank you for being with us. Risky for everybody.
Kill me and my child, bruh, I ain't. And then he talking about killing me, bruh. Listen, I'm a tell you anything. Okay, if you could just listen to this for us.
You know what they did to me?
Tell us. Tell us.
after January 10th, people started shooting at me and my family. February, I went to jail for trying to protect me and my baby and my girl at the time. They put me in Rice Street on some stuff called medical flow. It's somewhere hid in the jail. It stink. It's crazy people in there talking, yelling through the door, putting feces out on the window and on the wall. They locked me in the room. It's one door right here, it's one door right here, and it's another door back here, and it's another door back here. I'm behind this door. I don't see nobody, I don't talk to nobody. I'm by myself. I'm at the verge of losing my mind. People trying to shoot at me while they got me locked in this room. I can't talk to nobody. I can't see nobody. I'm locked in this room. They held me in that room for 3 weeks. I got out of jail. I had a court date for another county where I never even been to for some charges I never even did. I don't steal out of stores. I went down to that courthouse and tried to get it situated. Went in the wrong courtroom, told the deputy, hey, my name is such, such, such. I missed court. I'm here to fix it. He said, oh, I gave him my name, told him what happened. He said, oh, you got a warrant. And he locked me up. They put me right back in jail. I stayed in jail a whole month. I had to use the money for selling my four-wheeler to pay an attorney to come represent me. I got the lawyer to come represent me. That lawyer, he got me a bond. A friend of mine gave my baby mama the money to pay my bond. She paid my bond. I got out of jail. The very next day, Atlanta police came into the gym with a whole lot of them. They got me, said that this my bag, this my gun. They took me from my neighborhood to Turnerfield. They questioned me. I told them it wasn't my gun. They let me go. They came back and get me June 10th. They questioned me. I was at the verge of losing my mind because every time I come outside, they keep locking me up. Got me. They did it. They held me in the interrogation room for a whole day, probably. I don't know. They put me right back in Rice Street, put me right back behind all these doors. They constantly kept doing it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, at this point, like, man, I'm tired of keep reliving this stuff. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, man. I'm sitting right here. I got cramps, man. I got knots in my stomach, man. I haven't ate none. I tried to eat yesterday. I haven't ate today. Y'all sitting up here. I asked for a break. I asked. I'm in pain right now. I understand it might be my fault. I'm telling y'all, I made it up. I lied. Damn, man. This is crazy. I'm telling y'all, my stomach hurting, man.
Well, with the honorable court's order, we're going to be leaving in a little bit of time. Can you try to just listen to the JW 240EE that I just said? If you need it, could you put in your earphone if you don't mind?
I can hear it.
Okay.
I hate jail. I hate jail.
All right, brothers, sisters, what do you think about what he said, and then what do you think about Brother Steele's response? I mean, there's a lot of things Brother Steele could have said right there after Professor Woody expressed all of that. There's a lot that he could have said, and he chose not to say any of those types of pleasantries, you know. Just, hey, you know, we're going to be leaving early anyways, hang in there. Now, put your earbuds in. Let's go, man. We got work to do. What do you think of that style at a moment like that? You still have a jury, right? You're still trying to convey something to the jury. So does that tone from Brother Steele help convey what he's trying to convey to the jury? There's a lot at work here, right? We talk about, you know, that this is a sale, right? This is a sale. What do you think? What do you think of the speech itself? We appreciate you being here. What do you think about the speech? Let's see.
Something to the effect of, I hate jail, man. I am, and I'm just saying darn, but it says another word. I let an N get me sent away for man, them ends trying to kill me and my child, bruh, I ain't. And then he talking about killing me, bruh. Listen, I'm telling, I I'm a tell you anything. Okay, if you could just listen to this for us.
You know what they did to me?
Tell us. Tell us.
After January 10th, people started shooting at me and my family. February, I went to jail for trying to protect me and my baby and my girl at the time. They put me in Rice Street on some stuff called medical flow. It's somewhere hid in the jail. It stink. It's crazy people in there talking, yelling through the door, putting feces out on the window and on the wall. They locked me in the room. It's one door right here, it's one door right here, and it's another door back here, and it's another door back here. I'm behind this door. I don't see nobody, I don't talk to nobody. I'm by myself. I'm at the verge of losing my mind. People trying to shoot at me while they got me locked in this room. I can't talk to nobody. I can't see nobody. I'm locked in this room. They held me in that room for 3 weeks. I got out of jail. I had a court date for another county where I never even been to for some charges I never even did. I don't steal out of stores. I went down to that courthouse and tried to get it situated. Went in the wrong courtroom, told the deputy, hey, my name is such, such, such. I missed court. I'm here to fix it. He said, oh, I gave him my name, told him what happened. He said, oh, you got a warrant. And he locked me up. They put me right back in jail. I stayed in jail a whole month. I had to use the money for selling my four-wheeler to pay an attorney to come represent me. I got the lawyer to come represent me. That lawyer, he got me a bond. A friend of mine gave my baby mama the money to pay my bond. She paid my bond. I got out of jail. The very next day, Atlanta police came into the gym with a whole lot of them. They got me, said that this my bag, this my gun. They took me from my neighborhood to Turnerfield. They questioned me. I told them it wasn't my gun. They let me go. They came back and get me June 10th. They questioned me. I was at the verge of losing my mind because every time I come outside, they keep locking me up. They got me. They did it. They held me in the interrogation room for a whole day, probably. I don't know. They put me right back in Rice Street, put me right back behind all these doors. They constantly kept doing it to me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, at this point, like, man, I'm tired of keep reliving this stuff. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, man. I'm sitting right here. I got cramps, man. I got knots in my stomach, man. I haven't eaten nothing. I tried to eat yesterday. I haven't ate today. Y'all sitting up here. I asked for a break. I asked. I'm in pain right now. I understand it might be my fault. I'm telling y'all, I made it up. I lied. Damn, man. This is crazy. I'm telling y'all, my stomach hurting, man.
Well, with the honorable court's order, we're going to be leaving in a little bit of time. Can you try to just listen to the JW 240EE that I just said? If you need it, could you put in your earphone if you don't mind?
I can hear it.
Okay.
I hate jail. I hate jail, man. I be damn how they nigga me shit with man, let me try to kill me and my child, bro. And then you come out killing me, bro.
Mr. Copeland, with your background and your experiences in jail, is it fair to say that you would do anything not to go to jail? Mr. Copeland, can I ask you a couple of questions?
I'm listening.
Okay. For people who've never been to prison or jail, do you know the difference, by the way?
Y'all know the difference.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Whether it's a prison or jail, is it fair to say that
Rice Street is not either one. There's not prison or jail. I don't know what that place is. This is the worst place in the world.
Do you remember being in custody after Friday, June 7th, 2024, after the first time you testified before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and before you came back in the late morning of Monday, June?
Shout out to Brother Steele. Shout out to Brother Steele. He's walking it down again. He's walking it down. He's using all of that and now targeting back to when Brother Professor Woody pled the fifth and they threw him in Rice Street. And so this allows that full immersion of how terrible of conditions he was put under and how the state did all of this to him to get him to testify on their behalf. So if he's able to run this full course and if he stays and digs in, he's put himself in a great position right now. So shout out to Brother Steele. He's using that discomfort, he's using the rage, he's using what Professor Woody wants to talk about right now, terrible conditions, and he's attaching it to what he wanted to be able to get to anyways, which is the compulsion and what Brother Sharp may bring up again, the corruption of law enforcement, etc., and how these forces help to create these types of lies from so-called witnesses, allegedly, possibly, presumably. Maybe they do. Maybe.
24.
In the world.
Do you remember being in custody after Friday, June 7th, 2024, after the first time you testified before the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and before you came back in the late morning of Monday, June 10th, 2024? Do you remember where you were held?
You talking about they locked me up here?
Yes, sir.
What about it?
Do you remember where were you held in the Fulton County Jail, another jail? Do you remember?
When they took me out of here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Where were you held?
They took me to Rice Street, and then the next day came, they took me from Rice Street to DeKalb County Jail, and they damn near just as worse as Rice Street.
And DeKalb County Jail, describe to the ladies and gentlemen jury what it was like when you were in that jail.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Goes to his motivation for testifying here.
I don't know that we need to get that far afield. He's already told us that Rice Street is horrible. It's the worst place in the world, and DeKalb is.
There she goes again. Speedy to the rescue. Speedy to the rescue. And that's why, brothers and sisters, I just said what I said. If he's allowed to really run this course, right? This is ridiculous. Speedy Whitaker strikes again. So that's it. Another version of the same interference. They call it justice.
Testify. Describe to the ladies and gentlemen jury what it was like when you were in that jail.
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Goes to his motivation for testifying here.
I don't know that we need to get that far afield. He's already told us that Rice Street is horrible. It's the worst place in the world, and DeKalb is even worse. So let's move on.
Mr. Copeland, after giving law enforcement officers this information that the prosecution has played for you, January 11th, 2015, recorded interview, January 28th, 2015, recorded interview, February 20th, 2015, recorded interview, February 21st, 2015, recorded interview, June 10th, 2015, 9-hour recorded interview. You got charged with murder, right? For Donovan Thomas.
Can you say it again?
Yes.
I heard the interview. You said I got charged with murder?
Yeah. Do you remember being served? No, I'm marking Jeffrey Williams number 245.
You may.
I'm going to show you this, Mr. Copeland. If you need any assistance, let me know. Do you remember Detective Thorpe swearing out a warrant for you for the offense of murder for you knowingly and intentionally with malice aforethought on January 10th, 2015 at 330 McDaniel Street, Atlanta, Fulton County, state of Georgia, did participate in the
Judge, Your
drive-by
Honor,
shooting?
Hang on just a second. Yes.
Reading something that's not into evidence and relevance.
Okay, well, overruled on relevance. What was the first thing?
That he's reading something that's not in.
All right, so have him, are you asking him whether he recognizes it? Just
Sure. Did he
ask
get
him,
charged?
do you recognize it? That's
Okay.
the way to do that.
Okay, look at Jeffrey Williams, number 245. It's several pages, but this is the first page at first. Do you recognize that as the warrant taken for your arrest for murder of Donovan Thomas by Detective Thorpe on October 20th, 2015? Yes?
Wait,
Do you recognize that?
it's a warrant paper.
For you? True?
I see my name on it.
Okay. And that's Detective Thorpe? Swore it out, right? Do you see that?
You gotta show me.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
May I approach you, Mr. Copeland? You see that?
Yeah.
Do you see the date on there, Mr. Copeland? October 20th, 2015?
You said who?
October 20th, it says 10/20/15, 2015.
No, I don't see it.
May I approach your honor?
You may. Are you gonna ask him whether it was served on him? Because he didn't really answer whether he recognized.
Date?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And at that time, you were in federal custody at the Robert A. Dayton Detention Center. When I say that time, October 20th of 2015, you were awaiting the federal charges that eventually you were sentenced to 51 months in custody, right?
No, I was sentenced to 5 years.
Okay, apologize, 60 months in custody. Apologize. While you were held at the Robert A. Dayton Detention Center in Clayton County, do you remember that?
Lovejoy.
Yes, Lovejoy. Do you remember being served by a United States Marshal these warrants while in Lovejoy?
No, my attorney told me.
Okay. And you were charged with what crimes?
He just said murder.
All right. For Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what he said.
Okay. So after Detective Thorpe, you knew that he worked with Detective Gaither, right?
What you mean?
They were coworkers. They were working. They interviewed you together, interrogated you. You knew that he worked with Detective Dennis, right?
Right.
You knew he worked with federal ATF agent Cunningham, right?
Right.
And he took out a warrant for you for murder of Donovan
Right.
Thomas just 4 months after you gave the last interrogation that we have, June 10th, 2015, right?
Right.
Mr. Copeland, eventually, you went to federal custody and you entered a guilty plea for a 922G count, which, forget it, for possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Is that true?
Right.
You remember going before the Honorable Judge Totenberg?
Right.
And she gave you the maximum sentence for that, 60
Right.
months. And you served 51 out of the 60 months. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Okay. I want to show you some of your prior convictions and tell me if you recognize them, okay? I'll be right back. Your Honor, may I have a second?
You may.
While they're looking for that, Mr. Copeland, Jeffrey Williams wasn't charged with murder of Donovan Thomas, right?
I don't know. Not to my knowledge.
Even in this indictment, Jeffrey Williams not charged with murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you realize that? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper speculation.
It's the indictment on trial.
Well, it really doesn't matter whether he knows it or not. Ask your next question.
I'm just waiting on the certified copies. Mr. Copeland, I'm just going to ask you some questions while the prosecutor is looking at this, okay? While in jail, in the Fulton County Jail, as well as, were you held in the Fayette County Jail? Do you ever remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just to be fair, say yes or no. And you are aware that jail calls are recorded. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, is it true that at times people in jail, I'm not saying you, but people in jail have contraband cellular phones, like cell phones like you would use today? They have them in the jail. A person who's in custody.
You said, do people in jail have phones?
Or in prison, yeah, or both.
Mm.
And if you don't know, just, I don't know.
Yeah, people in jail, yeah, I guess.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked. I'm starting at 252J as in Jake. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, may I approach you?
Mm-hmm.
This is, I'm just going to show you what I've marked as Mr. Williams 252J, okay? And if you could just take a look at this for me. Do you see what it says here? United States District Court, Northern District of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta Division, United States versus you. United States of America versus you, Mr. Copeland. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
And do you see your lawyer's name, Ms. Durrett?
Mm-hmm.
And that's Durrett. And do you see the Honorable Judge Totenberg's signature on there?
Mm-hmm.
And that was your judge, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you see the date, October 24th, 2018?
Yes.
And it has an amendment to the judgment, same case number, your name, right?
Yes.
And it just has October 22, the same date, but the judge signed October 31, and it just amended your sentence. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And this is certified. Certified means the clerk, you feel that, if you want to feel it, feel that seal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And this shows that you pled guilty to the offense of possession of firearm under 18 United States Code 922 G1. You see that?
Yes.
And your sentence is going to be on page 2, 60 months. Is that fair to say?
And 3 years supervised release. It's not on there. Is it?
It'll be on here, yes, sir. And I will show it to you. And supervised release is like what?
Probation.
Yeah. Okay. And it's right here on page 4. You see that 3-year supervised release?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of its certified document 252J. It's a conviction of Mr. Copeland from the Northern District of Georgia. The offense date is April 28, 2015. Your Honor, the judgment date is
For various reasons, we're not going to say too much about this, but well done, Brother Steele. Well done.
October 24, 2018. Amended with correction October 31, 2000. I'm just going to move this to court, please. Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's been marked as Mr. Williams number 252I as an ice cream, okay? And again, do you feel that seal on it for a certified copy? Did you feel that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
And this is in the Superior Court of Fulton County, and that's state of Georgia versus you. You see your name?
yes,
And that's indictment number, it actually says criminal action number 20 SC 176912. You see that?
yes,
And do you see where it says that you entered a guilty plea under Alford? Do you know what Alford is? Remember?
no,
Okay. And it says 5 years to serve 3 years, balance of 2 years probated. Do you see that?
yes, I see it.
On possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2 with intent to distribute. Is that fair? That's what it says.
This what it say?
Okay. And I'm going to turn to, you were sentenced by the Honorable Judge Ingram in this courthouse. Do you remember that by any chance?
Yes,
And I'm going here to your indictment. And Judge Ingram's name used to be Judge Millender. Did you know that? And if you didn't, that's fine.
yes, I know it.
Okay. And this indictment was returned by the grand jury on November 20th, 2020 for.
Okay, young people, or even old people, or middle-aged people, try not to be in a position where you know enough judges and different courtrooms of different buildings, different counties, and know folks' maiden names. Try to stay away from that type of familiarity. Unless for some reason you're working in the courtroom, you might not want to know that kind of stuff.
If you didn't, that's fine.
Might mean just a little bit too much time doing it.
And to your indictment, and Judge Ingram's name used to be Judge Millender. Did you know that? And if you didn't, that's fine.
Yes, I know it.
Okay. And this indictment was returned by the grand jury on November 20th, 2020 for the offenses of participation in criminal street gang activity. But you did not plead guilty to that. You pled guilty to possession of a controlled substance, Schedule 1 or 2 with intent to distribute, count 2. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see your signature under where it says Kenneth Copeland weighs a copy of the indictment, list of witnesses, formal arraignment, pleads guilty to count 2? You see your signature there?
yes,
And then the Honorable Jonathan Melnick,
yes,
that's your lawyer, right? Former lawyer. And you pled guilty on January 25, 2022. Fair to say?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a certified copy, and I would move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 252I.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland, if you don't mind, if you could feel the seal, that shows certification. Again, Fulton County Superior Court, State of Georgia versus Mr. Kenneth Copeland. That indictment number, I'm just looking at it and reading it, 22 SC 182134. Do you see that?
Yes,
And this charges you, and you pled guilty under Alford again to possession of firearm by a convicted felon. Do you see that?
yes,
And you're sentenced to 5 years to serve 10 months in prison, balance of 4 years, 2 months to be served on probation. Do you remember that?
yes,
And this is, again, you're represented by the Honorable Jonathan Melnick. You see that?
yes,
And I'm going to the indictment in the same indictment number that we just said. And do you see your signature here?
yes,
When it says you plead guilty, and it is only to the count 3. You got that?
yes,
Is that all true, what I said? Possession found by a convicted felon. You see that?
yes,
And the grand jury, and you pled guilty to possession of firearm by a convicted felon in the county of Fulton, state of Georgia, on the 27th day of October 2021, did knowingly and without a lawful authority possess a certain firearm, a Glock handgun, accused having been convicted of felony in 10 SC 96938, Superior Court of Fulton County, offensive aggravated. Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Having been convicted of felony on indictment number 10 SC 96938 in the Superior Court of Fulton County, Georgia, for the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on March 7, 2011. Is that true?
What's true?
That's what it says.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the count that you pled guilty to. True?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 252, M as in magic.
Admitted.
And Mr. Copeland, that date, October 27, 2021, you saw a clip, I believe, of investigator, detective Viverito and you in a room?
Yes.
And that was the same day, October 27, 2021. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you Mr. Williams, number 252G as in Goldfeder. And this again in Fulton County, state of Georgia versus you, Mr. Copeland. This indictment number is 20 SC 17 68 51. You see that?
Yes.
And this has you pleading guilty under Alford to count 2, possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN number. You know what a VIN number is?
Huh?
Do you know what a VIN number is?
No.
Vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. And it says 15 years to serve 3 years in prison, balance of 12 years on probation. You see that?
Yes.
And this date is also before Judge Ingram on the 25th day of January 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And here's the indictment. Same number that I announced before, State of Georgia versus you, and charging you with count 2 with possession of a vehicle with an altered VIN number, and you pled guilty to that count and count 3.
Yes.
Willful obstruction of law enforcement. See that?
Yes.
And that's your signature, or the judge?
Can you try turning that backup mic off? I don't know if that'll make any difference or not. Okay, I don't know why that's started happening. Go ahead.
And you pled guilty to Jonathan Melnick's your lawyer, 25th day of January 2022. Fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, certified copy, Your Honor, 252G is a
Admitted.
Copeland, I am showing you what the mark is, Mr. Williams, 252F is in Fox, okay? Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Kenneth Copeland. That indictment number is 12 SC 11 3315. You see that? Yes. And this has you pleading guilty to certain counts, including terroristic threats, count 1, terroristic threats, count 2, terroristic threats, count 3, and 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. You see that? Yes. And you were sentenced to serve a total of 10 years to serve 2 years in prison, balance on probation. Is that fair to say? Yes. And this again, you feel that certification? Yes. And this was before the Honorable Todd Markle. Do you remember him as a judge, right, James? Yes. And this was the 12th day of August 2013. And that's your indictment, correct? Yes. And that's your signature? Yes. And that's what you pled guilty to, those crimes that I announced. Fair to say? Yes. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252F.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland, I'm showing you what's certified, and if you don't mind just feeling, just make sure that you put the same seal. Yes. Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland, criminal action number 12 SC 110195. And this charges and you pled guilty to 3 counts of entering an automobile. And then I'm skipping the 2 misdemeanors. I pled guilty to, but I'm skipping them. And then actually, that's all I'm going to announce, please. There are 3 counts of entering automobile. True? Yes. And you were sentenced to 5 years, so 2 years in prison and the balance of 3 years on probation. Fair to say?
This was say.
And this was on August 12, 2013. Correct?
Yes.
Also before Judge Markham?
Yes.
The Honorable Judge Markham? And here's the indictment charging you with your signature, you pled guilty.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of 252B as indictment.
Admitted.
Certified. Mr. Copeland, I am showing you in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland, indictment number 15 SC 136794. Do you have a certification on that? Don't mind. And this is Jeffrey Williams, 252D as in David, okay? All right. And this has you pleading guilty, sentence of 5 years to serve in prison, community time served, with theft by receiving stolen property. See that?
Yes.
And this was also before the Honorable Judge Markle on the 13th of December 2018. See that?
Yes.
And this is your indictment. That's your signature, pleading guilty. Is that true?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252D as indicated.
Admitted.
Copeland, I'm showing you Mr. Williams number 252C is in collect. And it's in the Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland. And you entered a guilty plea to count 1, which is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This is indictment number 10 SC 96398. Does that all look accurate?
Yes.
And you were sentenced to 10 years in confinement, but upon the service of 1 year, 9 years would be served on probation. See that?
Yes.
And tell me that this is your signature. And here you were represented by Suzanne Pomey, P-O-M-E-Y. See that?
Yes.
Here's your indictment, and that's your guilty plea under Alford versus North Carolina. You see your signature?
Yes.
You entered that plea on the 7th day of March 2011. Fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission is a certified copy of Mr. Williams 252C as in court.
Admitted.
And Mr. Copeland, this is Mr. Williams number 252B as in Barry. And this again is in Superior Court of Fulton County, State of Georgia versus Mr. Copeland. And this is a non-negotiated plea of guilty on Alford versus North Carolina. And pleading guilty to 5 years to serve in prison, on probation. That's what it says?
Yes.
And can you make sure that that's a certified copy?
Yes.
And what you pled guilty to? With your lawyer, Jessica Stern, S-T-E-R-N-S. You see that?
Yes.
And this was August 31, 2009, correct?
Yes.
And you pled guilty under Alfred versus North Carolina to count by taking an automobile. You see that, count one?
Yes,
And that's your signature, I think I asked you that. Is that true?
yes,
And you did that on August 31, 2009, I think.
yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Mr. Williams 252B.
Admitted.
Mr. Copeland. When you were able to be around Jeffrey for that short period of time that you said, that benefited you because it made you more known. People, is that, am I saying that right? Is that true?
Objection on vague as to what period of time?
Can you rephrase your question, please?
Sure. You testified already that you were with Jeffrey for a short period of time from the end of 2014 to 2015, and you were arrested and didn't get out of custody on June 10th, 2015. So somewhere in that period. Is that fair to say?
I didn't hear you.
Okay. You were around Jeffrey Williams at times, at the end of 2014, year 2014, and then sporadically, because you kept getting arrested, but no more after June 10th, 2015, because then you're arrested and then sent to federal prison for 51 months. True?
No,
Okay, explain.
I was on around him from 14, and then we started hanging in 15.
Say again, I couldn't hear you.
I wasn't hanging around him in 2015,
Okay,
only the end of 2014.
okay. And that was beneficial to you because it boosted your notoriety, meaning people took more note of you because you were around people like Jeffrey Williams and the people that he knew. Is that true?
It really was based off the experience.
Explain that to the jury.
What you mean?
Explain what you mean by it was based off the experience.
It wasn't about attention. It was just about flying on planes, going different, like just seeing more than just hanging in the neighborhood.
Before Jeffrey Williams allowed you, took you, asked you, or Tick or Mr. Trentavious Stephen, whoever, how far outside of the Atlanta area had you ever been?
Only once I've been to, no, I'm lying. Twice I've been out of town, but it was just, I went with, when I got out of jail in 2013, my baby mama, she was going to college in South Carolina. I traveled down there with her. And then when my friend got killed, I stopped. But before that, I had went with some old friends. He took me deep sea fishing, but that was it. But
Had you, in those experiences, had you ever been on an airplane?
No.
Or did you drive?
Yeah, we drove.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Steele, is this a good time to stop?
Sure.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and break for the day. I will see y'all back here at 9 in the morning. Just a reminder, wear your juror badges. Don't talk about the case with anybody. Let anybody talk about it with you, including amongst yourselves. Don't use the internet or any other kind of source to try to find out information about the case, anybody involved in it. Don't watch, read, listen to, in any way absorb any kind of media accounts about this case, including social media. And hope y'all have a pleasant evening. See you in the morning. Thank you.
All rise for the jury. Can I leave?
Yes, we'll see you back at 9 also.
Brothers, hope you have a good time today. Kind of choppy and back and forth and a bunch of crazy things with the power outage and some clashing of the communication between Brother Steele and Professor Woody. All in all, interesting. Thank you for being with us today. Hope you have a great day. If you're watching with us live, hopefully we'll catch you tomorrow, God willing. Otherwise, grab the replay. Hope you get something from it. We've enjoyed sharing this time with you. Have a great one. Take care.